Section 20 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes Augustus Brownson. Chapter 12. Secession. Part 1. The doctrine that a state has a right to secede and carry with it its population and domain has been effectually put down, and the unity and integrity of the United States as a sovereign nation have been effectively asserted on the battlefield. But the secessionists, though disposed to submit to superior force and demean themselves henceforth as loyal citizens, most likely hold as firmly to the doctrine as before, finding themselves unable to reduce it to practice, and the Union victory will remain incomplete till they are convinced in their understandings that the Union has the better reason as well as the superior military resources. The nation has conquered their bodies, but it is hardly less important for our statesmen to conquer their minds and win their hearts. The right of secession is not claimed as a revolutionary right or even as a conventional right. The secessionists declaim revolutionary principles and hold that the right of secession is anterior to the convention, a right which the convention could neither give nor take away, because inherent in the very conception of a sovereign state. Secession is simply the repeal by the state of the act of accession to the Union, and as that act was a free, voluntary act of the state, she must always be free to repeal it. The Union is a co-partnership. A state of the Union is simply a member of the firm and has the right to withdraw when it judges it for its interest to do so. There is no power in a firm to compel a co-partner to remain a member any longer than he pleases. He is undoubtedly holden for the obligations contracted by the firm while he remains a member, but for none contracted after he has withdrawn and given due notice thereof. So of a sovereign state of the Union. The Union itself, apart from the sovereign states that compose it, is a mere abstraction, a nullity, and binds nobody. All its substance and vitality are in the agreement by which the states constitute themselves a firm or co-partnership for certain specific purposes and for which they open an office and establish an agency under express instructions for the management of the general affairs of the firm. The state is held jointly and severally for all the legal obligations of the Union contracted while she is in it, but no further, and is free to withdraw when she pleases, precisely as an individual may withdraw from an ordinary business firm. The remaining co-partners have no right of compulsion or coercion against the seceding member, for he, saving the obligations already contracted, is as free to withdraw as they are to remain. The population is fixed to the domain and goes with it. The domain is attached to the state and secedes in the secession of the state. Secession then carries the entire state, government, people, and domain out of the Union and restores ipso facto the state to its original position of a sovereign state foreign to the United States. Being an independent sovereign state, she may enter into a new confederacy, form a new co-partnership, or merge herself in some other foreign state as she judges proper or finds opportunity. The states that seceded formed among themselves a new confederacy, more to their mind than the one formed in 1787, as they had a perfect right to do, and in the war just ended they were not rebels nor revolutionists, but a people fighting for the right of self-government, loyal citizens and true patriots, defending the independence and inviolability of their country against foreign invaders. They are to be honored for their loyalty and patriotism, and not branded as rebels and punished as traitors. This is the secession argument, which rests on no assumption of revolutionary principles or abstract rights of man, and on no allegation of real or imaginary wrongs received from the Union, but simply on the original and inherent rights of the several states as independent sovereign states. The argument is conclusive and the defense complete if the Union is only a firm or co-partnership, and the sovereignty vests in the states severally. The refutation of the secessionists is in the facts adduced that disprove the theory of state sovereignty and prove that sovereignty vests not in the states severally, but in the states united, or that the Union is sovereign and not the states individually. The Union is not a firm, a co-partnership, nor an artificial or conventional union, but a real, living, constitutional union founded in the original and indissoluble unity of the American people as one sovereign people. There is indeed no such people if we abstract the states, but there are no states if we abstract this sovereign people or the Union. There is no Union without the states, and there are no states without the Union. The people are born states, and the states are born United States. The Union and the states are simultaneous, born together, and enter alike into the original and essential constitution of the American state. This the facts and reasonings adduced fully established. But this one sovereign people that exists only as organized into states does not necessarily include the whole population or territory included within the jurisdiction of the United States. It is restricted to the people and territory or domain organized into states in the Union. As in ancient Rome, the ruling people were restricted to the tenants of the sacred territory which had been surveyed, and its boundaries marked by the god Terminus, and which by no means included all the territory held by the city, and of which she was both the private proprietor and the public sovereign. The city had vast possessions acquired by confiscation, by purchase, by treaty, or by conquest, and in reference to which her celebrated agrarian laws were enacted, and which have their counterpart in our homestead and kindred laws. In this class of territory, of which the city was the private owner, was the territory of all the Roman provinces, which was held to be only leased to its occupants, who were often dispossessed, and their lands given as a recompense by the consul or imperator to his disbanded legionaries. The provincials were subjects of Rome, but formed no part of the Roman people and had no share in the political power of the state, till at a late period the privileges of Roman citizens were extended to them, and the Roman people became coextensive with the Roman Empire. So the United States have held, and still hold, large territorial possessions, acquired by the acknowledgment of their independence by Great Britain, the former sovereign, the cession of particular states, and purchase from France, Spain, and Mexico. Till erected into states and admitted into the Union, this territory, with its population, though subject to the United States, makes no part of the political or sovereign territory and people of the United States. It is under the Union, but not in it, as is indicated by the phrase admitting into the Union. A legal phrase, since the Constitution ordains that, quote, new states may be admitted by the Congress into this Union, end quote. There can be no secession that separates a state from the national domain and withdraws it from the territorial sovereignty or jurisdiction of the United States. Yet, what hinders a state from going out of the Union in the sense that it comes into it? and thus ceasing to belong to the political people of the United States. If the view of the Constitution taken in the preceding chapters be correct, and certainly no facts tend to disprove it, the accession of a territory as a state in the Union is a free act of the territorial people. The territory cannot organize and apply for admission as a state without what is called an enabling act of Congress or its equivalent. But that act is permissive, not mandatory, and nothing obliges the territory to organize under it and apply for admission. It may do so or not, as it chooses. What then hinders the state once in the Union from going out or returning to its former condition of territory subject to the Union? The original states did not need to come in under an enabling act, for they were born states in the Union, and were never territory outside of the Union and subject to it. But they and the new states, adopted or naturalized states, once in the Union, stand on a footing of perfect equality, and the original states are no more and no less bound than they to remain states in the Union. The ratification of the Constitution by the original states was a free act, and as much so as the accession of a new state formed from a territory subject to the Union is a free act. And a free act is an act which one is free to do or not to do as he pleases. What a state is free to do or not to do, it is free to undo if it chooses. There is nothing in either the state constitution or in that of the United States that forbids it. This is denied. The population and domain are inseparable in the state, and if the state could take itself out of the Union, it would take them out and be ipso facto a sovereign state foreign to the Union. It would take the domain and the population out of the Union, it is conceded and even maintained, but not therefore would it take them out of the jurisdiction of the Union, or would they exist as a state foreign to the Union, for population and territory may coexist, as Dakota, Colorado, or New Mexico, out of the Union and yet be subject to the Union or within the jurisdiction of the United States. But the Union is formed by the surrender by each of the states of its individual sovereignty, and each state by its admission into the Union surrenders its individual sovereignty or binds itself by a constitutional compact to merge its individual sovereignty in that of the whole. It cannot cease to be a state in the Union without breach of contract. Having surrendered its sovereignty to the Union, or bound itself by the Constitution to exercise its original sovereignty only as one of the United States, it can unmake itself of its state character only by consent of the United States or by a successful revolution. It is by virtue of this pact that secession is rebellion against the United States, and that the general government, as representing the Union, has the right and the duty to suppress it by all the forces at its command. There can be no rebellion where there is no allegiance. The states in the Union cannot owe allegiance to the Union, for they are it, and for anyone to go out of it is no more an act of rebellion than it is for a king to abdicate his throne. The Union is not formed by the surrender to it by the several states of their respective individual sovereignty. Such surrender could, as we have seen, form only an alliance or a confederation, not one sovereign people, and from an alliance or confederation the ally or confederate has, saving its faith, the inherent right to secede. The argument assumes that the states were originally each in its individuality a sovereign state. But by the convention which framed the Constitution, each surrendered its sovereignty to the whole, and thus several sovereign states became one sovereign political people, governing in general matters through the general government, and in particular matters through particular or state governments. This is Mr. Madison's theory, and also Mr. Webster's. but it has been refuted in the refutation of the theory that makes government originate in compact. A sovereign state can undoubtedly surrender its sovereignty, but can surrender it only to something or somebody that really exists. For to surrender to no one or to nothing is, as has been shown, the same thing as not to surrender at all, and the union being formed only by the surrender is nothing prior to it, or till after it is made, and therefore can be no recipient of the surrender. Besides, the theory is the reverse of the fact. The state does not surrender or part with its sovereignty by coming into the Union, but acquires by it all the rights it holds as a state. Between the original states and the new states there is a difference of mode by which they become states in the Union, but none in their powers, or the tenure by which they hold them. The process by which new states are actually formed and admitted into the Union discloses at once what it is that is gained or lost by admission. The domain and population before the organization of the territory into one of the United States are subject to the United States, inseparably attached to the domain of the Union and under its sovereignty. The territory so remains, organized or unorganized, under a territorial government created by Congress. Congress, by an enabling act, permits it to organize as a state, to call a convention, to form a state constitution, to elect under it, in such way as the convention ordains, state officers, a state legislature, and in the way prescribed by the Constitution of the United States, senators and representatives in Congress. Here is a complete organization as a state. Yet, though called a state, it is no state at all, and is simply territory, without a single particle of political power. To be a state, it must be recognized and admitted by Congress as a state in the Union, and when so recognized and admitted, it possesses, in union with the other United States, supreme political sovereignty, jointly in all general matters, and individually in all private and particular matters. The territory gives up no sovereign powers by coming into the Union, for before it came into the Union it had no sovereignty, no political rights at all. All the rights and powers it holds are held by the simple fact that it has become a state in the Union. This is as true of the original states as of the new states, for it has been shown in the chapter on the United States that the original British sovereignty under which the colonies were organized and existed passed, on the fact of independence, to the states united, and not to the states severally. Hence, if 9 states had ratified the Constitution and the other 4 had stood out and refused to do it, which was within their competency, they would not have been independent sovereign states outside of the Union, but territories under the Union. Texas forms the only exception to the rule that the states have never been independent of the Union. All the other new states have been formed from territory subject to the Union. This is true of all the states formed out of the territory of the Northwest, and out of the domain ceded by France, Spain, and Mexico to the United States. All these cessions were held by the United States as territory immediately subject to the Union, before being erected into states, and by far the larger part is so held even yet. But Texas was an independent foreign state, and was annexed as a state without having been first subjected as territory to the United States. It, of course, lost by annexation its separate sovereignty. But this annexation was held by many to be unconstitutional. It was made when the state sovereignty theory had gained possession of the government, and was annexed as a state instead of being admitted as a state formed from a territory belonging to the United States, for the very purpose of committing the nation to that theory. Its annexation was the prologue as the Mexican War was the first act in the secession drama and as the epilogue is the suppression of the rebellion on Texas soil. Texas is an exceptional case and forms no precedent and cannot be adduced as invalidating the general rule. Omitting Texas, the simple fact is the states acquire all their sovereign powers by being states in the Union instead of losing or surrendering them. Our American statesmen have overlooked or not duly weighed the facts in the case, because holding the origin of government in compact, they felt no need of looking back of the Constitution to find the basis of that unity of the American people which they assert. Neither Mr. Madison nor Mr. Webster felt any difficulty in asserting it as created by the Convention of 1787 or in conceding the sovereignty of the states prior to the Union and denying its existence after the ratification of the Constitution. If it were not that they held that the state originates in convention or the social compact, there would be unpardonable presumption on the part of the present writer in venturing to hazard an assertion contrary to theirs. But if their theory was unsound, their practical doctrine was not, for they maintained that the American people are one sovereign people, and Mr. Quincy Adams, an authority inferior to neither, maintained that they were always one people, and that the states hold from the Union, not the Union from the states. The states without the Union cease to exist as political communities, and the Union without the states ceases to be a union and becomes a vast, centralized, and consolidated state, ready to lapse from a civilized into a barbaric, from a republican to a despotic nation. The state under the American system, as distinguished from territory, is not in the domain and population fixed to it, nor yet in its exterior organization, but solely in the political powers, rights, and franchises which it holds from the United States, or as one of the United States. As these are rights, not obligations, the state may resign or abdicate them and cease to be a state on the same principle that any man may abdicate or forego his rights. In doing so, the state breaks no oath of allegiance, fails to fulfill no obligation she contracted as a state, and simply foregoes her political rights and franchises. So far, then, secession is possible, feasible, and not unconstitutional or unlawful. But it is, as Mr. Sumner and others have maintained, simply state suicide. Nothing hinders a state from committing suicide, if she chooses, any more than there was something which compelled the territory to become a state in the Union against its will. It is objected to this conclusion that the states were, prior to the Union, independent, sovereign states, and secession would not destroy the state, but restore it to its original sovereignty and independence, as the secessionists maintain. Certainly, if the states were, prior to the Union, sovereign states, but this is precisely what has been denied and disproved, for prior to the Union there were no states. Secession restores, or reduces rather, the state to the condition it was in before its admission to the Union. But that condition is that of a territory, or a territory subject to the United States, and not that of an independent sovereign state. The state holds all its political rights and powers in the Union from the Union, and has none out of it, or in the condition in which its population and domain were before being a state in the Union. State suicide, it has been urged, releases its population and territory from their allegiance to the Union, and as there is no rebellion where there is no allegiance, resistance by its population and territory to the Union, even war against the Union, would not be rebellion, but the simple assertion of popular sovereignty. This is only the same objection in another form. The lapse of the state releases the population and territory from no allegiance to the Union, for their allegiance to the Union was not contracted by their becoming a state, and they have never, in their state character, owed allegiance to the United States. A state owes no allegiance to the United States, for it is one of them and is jointly sovereign. The relation between the United States and the state is not the relation of suzerain and liegeman or vassal. A state owes no allegiance, for it is not subject to the Union. It is never in their state capacity that its population and territory do or can rebel. Hence the government has steadily denied that in the late rebellion any state as such rebelled. But as a state cannot rebel, no state can go out of the Union, and therefore no state in the late rebellion has seceded, and the states that passed secession ordinances are and all along have been states in the Union. No state can rebel, but it does not follow therefrom that no state can secede or cease to exist as a state. It only follows that secession, in the sense of state suicide, or by the abdication by the state of its political rights and powers, is not rebellion. Nor does it follow from the fact that no state has rebelled that no state has ceased to be a state, or that the states that passed secession ordinances have been all along states in the Union. This is the end of Section 20. Section 21 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes Augustus Brownson. Secession, Part 2. The secession ordinances were illegal, unconstitutional, and not within the competency of the state, and therefore null and void from the beginning. Unconstitutional, illegal, and not within the competency of the state so far as intended to alienate any portion of the national domain and population thereto annexed, they certainly were, and so far were void and of no effect. But so far as intended to take the state simply as a state out of the Union, they were within the competency of the state, were not illegal or unconstitutional, and therefore not null and void. Acts unconstitutional in some parts and constitutional in others are not wholly void. The unconstitutionality vitiates only the unconstitutional parts. The others are valid, are law, and recognized and enforced as such by the courts. The secession ordinances are void because they were never passed by the people of the state, but by a fraction that overawed them and usurped the authority of the state. This argument applies that if a secession ordinance is passed by the people proper of the state, it is valid, which is more than they who urge it against the state suicide doctrine are prepared to concede. But the secession ordinances were in every instance passed by the people of the state in convention, legally assembled, therefore by them in their highest state capacity, in the same capacity in which they ordain and ratify the state constitution itself, and in nearly all the states they were in addition ratified and confirmed, if the facts have been correctly reported, by a genuine plebiscitum or direct vote of the people. In all cases, they were adopted by a decided majority of the political people of the state, and after their adoption they were acquiesced in and indeed actively supported by very nearly the whole people. The people of the states adopting the secession ordinances were far more unanimous in supporting secession than the people of the other states were in sustaining the government in its efforts to suppress the rebellion by coercive measures. It will not do then to ascribe the secession ordinances to a faction. The people are never a faction, nor is a faction ever the majority. There has been a disposition at the North, encouraged by the few Union men in the South, to regard secession as the work of a few ambitious and unprincipled leaders, who by their threats, their violence, and their overbearing manner forced the mass of the people of their respective states into secession against their convictions and their will. No doubt there were leaders at the South, as there are in every great movement at the North. No doubt there were individuals in the seceding states that held secession wrong in principle, and were conscientiously attached to the Union. No doubt also there were men who adhered to the Union, not because they disapproved secession, but because they disliked the men at the head of the movement, or because they were keen-sighted enough to see that it could not succeed, that the Union must be the winning side, and that by adhering to it they would become the great and leading men of their respective states, which they certainly could not be under secession. Others sympathized fully with what was called the Southern cause, held firmly the right of secession, and hated cordially the Yankees, but doubted either the practicability or the expediency of secession, and opposed it till resolved on, but after it was resolved on, yielded to none in their earnest support of it. These last comprised the immense majority of those who voted against secession. Never could those called the Southern leaders have carried the secession ordinances, never could they have carried on the war with the vigor and determination and with such formidable armies as they collected and armed for 4 years, making at times the destiny of the Union well nigh doubtful, if they had not had the Southern heart with them, if they had not been most heartily supported by the overwhelming mass of the people. They held a popular, not a factious movement. No state, it is said again, has seceded or could secede. The state is territorial, not personal, and as no state can carry its territory and population out of the Union, no state can secede out of the jurisdiction of the Union or alienate them from the sovereign or national domain? Very true. But out of the Union as a state, with rights, powers, or franchises in the Union? Not true. Secession is political, not territorial. But the state holds from the territory or domain. The people are sovereign because attached to a sovereign territory, not the domain because held by a sovereign people, as was established by the analysis of the early Roman constitution. The territory of these states corresponds to the sacred territory of Rome, to which was attached the Roman sovereignty. That territory, once surveyed and consecrated, remained sacred and the ruling territory, and could not be divested of its sacred and governing character. The portions of the territory of the United States, once erected into states and consecrated as ruling territory, can never be deprived, except by foreign conquest or successful revolution, of its sacred character and inviolable rights. The state is territorial, not personal, and is constituted by public, not by private, wealth, and is always res publica or commonwealth, in distinction from despotism or monarchy in its oriental sense, which is founded on private wealth, or which assumes that the authority to govern or sovereignty is the private estate of the sovereign. All power is a domain, but there is no domain without a dominus or lord. In Oriental monarchies the dominus is the monarch. In republics, it is the people or people fixed to the soil or territory, that is, the people in their territorial and not in their personal or genealogical relation. The people of the United States are sovereign only within the territory or domain of the United States, and their sovereignty is a state because fixed, attached, or limited to that specific territory. It is fixed to the soil, not nomadic. In barbaric nations, power is nomadic and personal or genealogical, confined to no locality, but attaches to the chief and follows wherever he goes. The Gothic chiefs hold their power by a personal title and have the same authority in their tribes on the Po or the Rhone as on the banks of the Elbe or the Danube. Power migrates with the chief and his people, and may be exercised wherever he and they find themselves, as a Swedish queen held when she ordered the execution of one of her subjects at Paris, without asking permission of the territorial lord. In these nations, power is a personal right or a private estate, not a state which exists only as attached to the domain, and as attached to the domain exists independently of the chief or the government. The distinction is between the public domain and private domain. The American system is republican, and contrary to what some Democratic politicians assert, the American democracy is territorial, not personal. Not territorial because the majority of the people are agriculturists or landowners, but because all the political rights, powers, or franchises are territorial. The sovereign people of the United States are sovereign only within the territory of the United States. The great body of the freemen have the elective franchise, but no one has it save in his state, his county, his town, his ward, his precinct. Out of the election district in which he is domiciled, a citizen of the United States has no more right to vote than has the citizen or subject of a foreign state. This explains what is meant by the attachment of power to the territory and the dependence of the state on the domain. The state in republican states exists only as inseparably united with the public domain. Under feudalism, power was joined to territory or domain, but the domain was held as a private, not as a public domain. All sovereignty rests on domain or proprietorship, and is dominion. The proprietor is the dominus or lord, and in republican states the lord is society or the public, and the domain is held for the common or public good of all. All political rights are held from society or the dominus, and therefore it is the elective franchise is held from society and is a civil right as distinguished from a natural or even a purely personal right. As there is no domain without a lord or dominus, territory alone cannot possess any political rights or franchises, for it is not a domain. In the American system, the dominus or lord is not the particular state, but the United States, and the domain of the whole territory, whether erected into particular states or not, is in the United States alone. The United States do not part with the dominion of that portion of the national domain included within a particular state. The state holds the dominion not separately, but jointly, as inseparably one of the United States. Separated, it has no dominion, is no state, and is no longer a joint sovereign at all, and the territory that it included falls into the condition of any other territory held by the United States, not erected into one of the United States. Lawyers, indeed, tell us that the eminent domain is in the particular state, and that all escheats are to the state, not to the United States. all escheats of private estates, but no public or general escheats. But this has nothing to do with the public domain. The United States are the dominus, but they have, by the Constitution, divided the powers of government between a general government and particular state governments, and ordained that all matters of a general nature common to all the states should be placed under the supreme control of the former, and all matters of a private or particular character under the supreme control of the latter. The eminent domain of private estates is in the particular state, but the sovereign authority in the particular state is that of the United States, expressing itself through the state government. The United States, in the states as well as out of them, is the dominus, as the states respectively would soon find if they were to undertake to alienate any part of their domain to a foreign power, or even to the citizens or subjects of a foreign state, as is also evident from the fact that the United States, in the way prescribed by the Constitution, may enlarge or contract at will the rights and powers of the states. The mistake on this point grows out of the habit of restricting the action of the United States to the general government, and not recollecting that the United States govern one class of subjects through the general government and another class through state governments, but that it is one and the same authority that governs in both. The analogy borrowed from the Roman Constitution, as far as applicable, proves the reverse of what is intended. The dominus of the sacred territory was the city or the Roman state, not the sacred territory itself. The territory received the tenant, and gave him as the tenant the right to a seat in the Senate. But the right of the territory was derived not from the domain, but from the dominus, that is, the city. But the city could revoke its grant, as it practically did when it conferred the privileges of Roman citizenship on the provincials, and gave to the plebeians seats in the Senate. Moreover, nothing in Roman history indicates that to the validity of a senatus consultum it was necessary to count the vacant domains of the sacred territory. The particular domain must, under the American system, be counted when it is held by a state, but of itself alone, even with its population, it is not a state, and therefore as a state domain is vacant and without any political rights or powers whatever. To argue that the territory and population, once a state in the Union, must needs always be so, would be well enough if a state in the Union were individually a sovereign state, for territory with its population not subject to another is always a sovereign state, even though its government has been subverted. But this is not the fact, for territory with its population does not constitute a state in the Union. And therefore, when of a state nothing remains but territory and population, the state has evidently disappeared. It will not do then to maintain that state suicide is impossible, and that the states that adopted secession ordinances have never for a moment ceased to be states in the Union, and are free, whenever they choose, to send their representatives and senators to occupy their vacant seats in Congress. They must be reorganized first. There would also be some embarrassment to the government in holding that the states that passed the secession ordinance remain, notwithstanding, states in the Union. The citizens of a state in the Union cannot be rebels to the United States unless they are rebels to their state, and rebels to their state they are not, unless they resist its authority and make war on it. The authority of the state in the Union is a legal authority, and the citizen, in obeying it, is disloyal neither to the state nor to the Union. The citizens in the states that made war on the United States did not resist their state, for they acted by its authority. The only men on this supposition in them who have been traitors or rebels are precisely the Union men who have refused to go with their respective states and have resisted, even with armed force, the secession ordinances. The several state governments under which the so-called rebels carried on the war for the destruction of the Union, if the states are in the Union, were legal and loyal governments of their respective states, for they were legally elected and installed and conformed to their respective state constitutions. All the acts of these governments have been constitutional. Their entering into a confederacy for attaining a separate nationality has been legal, and the debts contracted by the states individually or by the confederacy legally formed by them have been legally contracted, stand good against them and perhaps against the United States. The war against them has been all wrong, and the Confederates killed in battle have been murdered by the United States. The blockade has been illegal, for no nation can blockade its own ports, and the captures and seizures under it robberies. The Supreme Court has been wrong in declaring the war a territorial civil war, as well as the government in acting accordingly. Now, all these conclusions are manifestly false and absurd, and therefore the assumption that the states in question have all along been states in the Union cannot be sustained. It is easy to understand the resistance the government offers to the doctrine that a state may commit suicide or by its own act abdicate its rights and cease to be a state in the Union. It is admissible on no theory of the Constitution that has been widely entertained. It is not admissible on Mr. Calhoun's theory of state sovereignty, for on that theory a state in going out of the Union does not cease to be a state, but simply resumes the power it had delegated to the general government. It cannot be maintained on Mr. Madison's or Mr. Webster's theory that the states prior to the Union were severally sovereign, but by the Union were constituted one people. For if this one people are understood to be a federal people, state secession would not be state suicide, but state independence. And if understood to be one consolidated or centralized people, it would be simply insurrection or rebellion against the national authority, laboring to make itself a revolution. The government seems to have understood Mr. Madison's theory in both senses. In the consolidated sense, in declaring the secessionists insurgents and rebels, and in the federal sense, in maintaining that they have never seceded and are still states in the Union, in full possession of all their political or state rights. Perhaps if the government, instead of borrowing from contradictory theories of the Constitution which have gained currency, had examined in the light of historical facts the Constitution itself, it would have been as constitutional in its doctrine as it has been loyal and patriotic, energetic and successful in its military administration. Another reason why the doctrine that state secession is state suicide has appeared so offensive to many is the supposition entertained at one time by some of its friends that the dissolution of the state vacates all rights and franchises held under it. But this is a mistake. The principle is well known and recognized by the jurisprudence of all civilized nations, that in the transfer of a territory from one territorial sovereign to another, the laws in force under the old sovereign remain in force after the change till abrogated or others are enacted in their place by the new sovereign, except such as are necessarily abrogated by the change itself of the sovereign. Not indeed because the old sovereign retains any authority, but because such is presumed by the courts to be the will of the new sovereign. The principle applies in the case of the death of a state in the Union. The laws of the state are territorial till abrogated by competent authority, remain the lex loci, and are in full force. All that would be vacated would be the public rights of the state, and in no case the private rights of citizens, corporations, or laws affecting them. But the same conclusion is reached in another way. In the lapse of a state or its return to the condition of a territory, there is really no change of sovereignty. The sovereignty both before and after is the United States. The sovereign authority that governs in the state government, as we have seen, though independent of the general government, is the United States. The United States governs certain matters through a general government and others through particular state governments. The private rights and interests created, regulated, or protected by the particular state are created, regulated, or protected by the United States as much and as plenarily as if done by the general government, and the state laws creating, regulating, or protecting them can be abrogated by no power known to the Constitution, but either the state itself or the United States in convention legally assembled. If this were what is meant by the states that have seceded, professed to secede, remaining states in the Union, they would indeed be states still in the Union, notwithstanding secession, and the government would be right in saying that no state can secede. But this is not what is meant, at least not all that is meant. It is meant not only that the private rights of citizens and corporations remain, but the citizens retain all the public rights of the state. That is, the right to representation in Congress and in the Electoral College, and the right to sit in the convention, which is not true. But the correction of the misapprehension that the private rights and interests are lost by the lapse of the state may remove the graver prejudices against the doctrine of state suicide and dispose loyal and honest Union men to hear the reasons by which it is supported, and which nobody has refuted or can refute on constitutional grounds. A territory, by coming into the Union, becomes a state. A state, by going out of the Union, becomes a territory. This is the end of section 21. Section 22 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes, Augustus, Brownson. Chapter 13. Reconstruction, Part 1. The question of reconstructing the states that seceded will be practically settled before these pages can see the light, and will therefore be considered here only so far as necessary to complete the view of the Constitution of the United States. The manner in which the government proposed to settle, has settled, or will settle the question, proves that both it and the American people have only confused views of the rights and powers of the general government, but imperfectly comprehend the distinction between the legislative and executive departments of that government, and are far more familiar with party tactics than with constitutional law. It would be difficult to imagine anything more unconstitutional, more crude, or more glaringly impolitic than the mode of reconstruction indicated by the various executive proclamations that have been issued, bearing on the subject, or even by the bill for guaranteeing the states' republican governments that passed Congress, but which failed to obtain the President's signature. It is in some measure characteristic of the American government to understand how things ought to be done only when they are done and it is too late to do them in the right way. Its wisdom comes after action, as if engaged in a series of experiments. But happily for the nation, few blunders are committed that with our young life and elasticity are irreparable, and that after all are greater than are ordinarily committed by older and more experienced nations. They are not of the most fatal character, and are, for the most part, such as are incident to the conceit, the heedlessness, the ardor, and the impatience of youth, and need excite no serious alarm for the future. There has been no little confusion in the public mind, and in that of the government itself, as to what Reconstruction is, who has the power to reconstruct, and how that power is to be exercised. Are the states that seceded states in the Union, with no other disability than that of having no legal governments? Or are they territories subject to the Union? Is their reconstruction their erection into new states, or their restoration as states previously in the Union? Is the power to reconstruct in the states themselves, or is it in the general government? If partly in the people and partly in the general government, is the part in the general government in Congress or in the executive? If in Congress, can the executive, without the authority of Congress, proceed to reconstruct, simply leaving it for Congress to accept or reject the reconstructed state? If the power is partly in the people of the disorganized states, who or what defines that people, decides who may or may not vote in the reorganization? On all these questions there has been much crude, if not erroneous, thinking, and much inconsistent and contradictory action. The government started with the theory that no state had seceded or could secede, and held that throughout the states in rebellion continued to be states in the Union. That is, it held secession to be a purely personal and not a territorial insurrection. Yet it proclaimed 11 states to be in insurrection against the United States, blockaded their ports, and interdicted all trade and intercourse of any kind with them. The Supreme Court, in order to sustain the blockade and interdict as legal, decided the war to be not a war against simply individual or personal insurgents, but a territorial civil war. This negatived the assumption that the states that took up arms against the United States remained all the while peaceable and loyal states with all their political rights and powers in the Union. These states in the Union are integral elements of the political sovereignty, for the sovereignty of the American nation vests in the states united. And it is absurd to pretend that the 11 states that made the rebellion and were carrying on a formidable war against the United States were in the Union, an integral element of that sovereign authority which was carrying on a yet more formidable war against them. Nevertheless, the government still held to its first assumption that the states in rebellion continued to be states in the Union, loyal states with all their rights and franchises unimpaired. That the government should at first have favored or acquiesced in the doctrine that no state had ceased to be a state in the Union is not to be wondered at. The extent and determination of the secession movement were imperfectly understood, and the belief among the supporters of the government, and perhaps of the government itself, was that it was a spasmodic movement for a temporary purpose rather than a fixed determination to found an independent, separate nationality. That it was and would be sustained by the real majority of the people of none of the states, with perhaps the exception of South Carolina, that the true policy of the government would be to treat the seceders with great forbearance, to avoid all measures likely to exasperate them or to embarrass their loyal fellow citizens, to act simply on the defensive, and to leave the Union men in the several seceding states to gain a political victory at the polls over the secessionists, and to return their states to the normal position in the Union. The government may not have had much faith in this policy, and Mr. Lincoln's personal authority might be cited to the effect that it had not, but it was urged strongly by the Union men of the border states. The administration was hardly seated in office, and its members were new men without administrative experience. The president, who had been legally elected indeed, but without a majority of the popular votes, was far from having the full confidence even of the party that elected him. Opinions were divided. Party spirit ran high. The excitement was great. The crisis was imminent. The government found itself left by its predecessor without an army or a navy, and almost without arms or ordnance. It knew not how far it could count on popular support, and was hardly aware of whom it could trust or should distrust. All was hurry and confusion. And what could the government do but to gain time, to keep off active war as long as possible, conciliate all it could, and take ground which at the time seemed likely to rally the largest number of the people to its support? There were men then, warm friends of the administration, and still warmer friends of their country, who believed that a bolder, a less timid, a less cautious policy would have been wiser, that in revolutionary times boldness, what in other times would be rashness, is the highest prudence, on the side of the government as well as on the side of the revolution; that when once it has shown itself, the rebellion that hesitates, deliberates, consults, is defeated, and so is the government. The seceders owed from the first their successes not to their superior organization, to their better preparation, or to the better discipline and appointment of their armies, but to their very rashness, to their audacity even, and the hesitancy, caution, and deliberation of the government. Napoleon owed his successes as general and civilian far more to the air of power he assumed, and the conviction he produced of his invincibility in the minds of his opponents, than to his civil or military strategy and tactics, admirable as they both were. But the government believed it wisest to adopt a conciliatory and in many respects a temporizing policy, and to rely more on weakening the secessionists in their respective states than on strengthening the hands and hearts of its own staunch and uncompromising supporters. It must strengthen the Union party in the insurrectionary states, and as this party hoped to succeed by political manipulation rather than by military force, the government must rely rather on a show of military power than on gaining any decisive battle. As it hoped, or affected to hope, to suppress the rebellion in the states that seceded through their loyal citizens, it was obliged to assume that secession was the work of a faction, of a few ambitious and disappointed politicians, and the states were all in the Union and continued in the loyal portion of their inhabitants. Hence its aid to the loyal Virginians to organize as the State of Virginia, and its subsequent efforts to organize the Union men in Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee, and its disposition to recognize their organization in each of those states as the state itself, though including only a small minority of the territorial people. Had the facts been as assumed, the government might have treated the loyal people of each state as the state itself without any gross usurpation of power. But unhappily the facts assumed were not facts, and it was soon found that the Union party in all the states that seceded except the western part of Virginia and the eastern section of Tennessee, after secession had been carried by the popular vote, went almost unanimously with the secessionists, for they, as well as the secessionists, held the doctrine of state sovereignty, and to treat the handful of citizens that remained loyal in each state as the state itself became ridiculous, and the government should have seen and acknowledged it. The rebellion being really territorial and not personal, the state that seceded was no more continued in the loyal than in the disloyal population. While the war lasted, both were public enemies of the United States, and neither had, nor could have, any rights as a state in the Union. The law recognizes a solidarity of all the citizens of a state, and assumes that when a state is at war, all its citizens are at war, whether approving the war or not. The loyal people in the states that seceded incurred none of the pains and penalties of treason, but they retained none of the political rights of the state in the Union. And in reorganizing the state after the suppression of the rebellion, they have no more right to take part than the secessionists themselves. They, as well as the secessionists, have followed the territory. It was on this point that the government committed its gravest mistake. As to the reorganization or reconstruction of the state, the whole territorial people stood on the same footing. Taking the decision of the Supreme Court as conclusive on the subject, the rebellion was territorial, and therefore placed all the states as states out of the Union, and retained them only as population and territory under or subject to the Union. The states ceased to exist, that is, as integral elements of the national sovereignty. The question then occurred, are they to be erected into new states, or are they to be reconstructed and restored to the Union as the identical old states that seceded? Shall their identity be revived and preserved, or shall they be new states regardless of that identity? There can be no question that the work to be done was that of restoration, not of creation. No tribe should perish from Israel, no star be struck from the firmament of the Union. Every inhabitant of the fallen states and every citizen of the United States must desire them to be revived and continued with their old names and boundaries. And all true Americans wish to continue the Constitution as it is, and the Union as it was. Who would see old Virginia, the Virginia of Revolutionary fame, of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, of Monroe, the Old Dominion, once the leading state of the Union, dead, without hope of resurrection? Or South Carolina, the land of Rutledge, Moultrie, Lawrence, Hayne, Sumter, and Marion? There is something grating to him who values state associations and would encourage state emulation and state pride in the mutilation of the Old Dominion and the erection within her borders of the new state called West Virginia. States in the Union are not mere prefectures, nor mere dependencies on the general government created for the convenience of administration. They have an individual, a real existence of their own, as much so as have the individual members of society. They are free members, not of a confederation indeed, but of a higher political community, and Reconstruction should restore the identity of their individual life, suspended for a moment by secession, but capable of resuscitation. These states had become indeed for a moment territory under the Union, but in no instance had they or could they become territories that had never existed as states. The fact that the territory and people had existed as a state could, with regard to none of them, be obliterated, and therefore they could not be erected into absolutely new states. the process of reconstructing them could not be the same as that of creating new states. In creating a new state, Congress, ex necessitate, because there is no other power except the National Convention competent to do it, defines the boundaries of the new state and prescribes the electoral people, or who may take part in the preliminary organization. But in reconstructing states, it does neither. For both are done by a law Congress is not competent to abrogate or modify, and which can be done only by the United States in convention assembled, or by the state itself after its restoration. The government has conceded this and in part has acted on it. It preserves, except in Virginia, the old boundaries and recognizes, or rather professes to recognize, the old electoral law. Only it claims the right to exclude from the electoral people those who have voluntarily taken part in the rebellion. The work to be done in states that have seceded is that of reconstruction, not creation. And this work is not and cannot be done exclusively nor chiefly by the general government, either by the executive or by Congress. That government can appoint military or even provisional governors who may designate the time and place of holding the convention of the electoral people of the disorganized state is also the time and place of holding the elections of delegates to it, and superintend the elections so far as to see the polls are opened and that none but qualified electors vote, but nothing more. All the rest is the work of the territorial electoral people themselves, for the state within its own sphere must, as one of the United States, be a self-governing community. The general government may concede or withhold permission to the disorganized state to reorganize as it judges advisable, but it cannot itself reorganize it. If it concedes the permission, it must leave the whole electoral people under the pre-existing electoral law free to take part in the work of reorganization and to vote according to their own judgment. It has no authority to purge the electoral people and say who may or who may not vote, for the whole question of suffrage and the qualifications of electors is left to the state and can be settled neither by an act of Congress nor by an executive proclamation. If the government theory were admissible that the disorganized states remain states in the Union, the general government could have nothing to say on the subject and could no more interfere with elections in any one of them than it could with elections in Massachusetts or New York. But even on the doctrine here defended, it can interfere with them only by way of general superintendence. The citizens have indeed lost their political rights, but not their private rights. Secession has not dissolved civil society, nor abrogated any of the laws of the disorganized state that were in force at the time of secession. The error of the government is not in maintaining that these laws survive the secession ordinances and remain the territorial law, or lex loci, but in maintaining that they do so by will of the state that has, as a state, really lapsed. They do so by will of the United States, which enacted them through the individual state and which has not, in convention, abrogated them, save the law authorizing slavery and its dependent laws. This point has already been made, but as it is one of the niceties of the American Constitution, it might not be amiss to elaborate it at greater length. The doctrine of Mr. Jefferson, Mr. Madison, and the majority of our jurists would seem to be that the states, under God, are severally sovereign in all matters not expressly confided to the general government, and therefore that the American sovereignty is divided, and the citizen owes a double allegiance to his state and allegiance to the United States, as if there was a United States distinguishable from the states. Hence Mr. Seward, in an official dispatch to our minister at the court of St. James, says, "The citizen owes allegiance to the state and to the United States, and nearly all who hold allegiance is due to the Union at all hold that it is also due to the states. Only that which is due to the United States is paramount, as that under feudalism due to the overlord. But this is not the case. There is no divided sovereignty, no divided allegiance. Sovereignty is one, and vests not in the general government or in the state government, but in the United States, and allegiance is due to the United States and to them alone. Treason can be committed only against the United States and against a state only because against the United States, and is properly cognizable only by the federal courts. Hence the Union men committed no treason in refusing to submit to the secession ordinances of their respective states, and in sustaining the national arms against secession. There are two very common mistakes. The one that the states individually possess all the powers not delegated to the general government, and the other that the Union or United States have only delegated powers. But the United States possess all the powers of a sovereign state, and the states individually and the general government possess only such powers as the United States in convention delegate to them respectively. The sovereign is neither the general government nor the states severally, but the United States in convention. The United States are one indivisible sovereign, and this sovereign governs alike general matters in the general government and particular matters in the several state governments. All legal authority in either emanates from this one indivisible and plenary sovereign, and hence the laws enacted by a state are really enacted by the United States and derive from them their force and vitality as laws. Hence, as the United States survive the particular state, the lapse of the state does not abrogate the state laws or dissolve civil society within its jurisdiction. This is evidently so because civil society in the particular state does not rest on the state alone nor on Congress, but on the United States. Hence, all civil rights of every sort created by the individual state are really held from the United States, and therefore it was that the people of non-slaveholding states were, as citizens of the United States, responsible for the existence of slavery in the states that seceded. There is a solidarity of states in the Union as there is of individuals in each of the states. The political error of the abolitionists was not in calling upon the people of the United States to abolish slavery, but in calling upon them to abolish it through the general government, which had no jurisdiction in the case, or in their sole capacity as men on purely humanitarian grounds, which were the abrogation of all government and civil society itself, instead of calling upon them to do it as the United States in convention assembled, or by an amendment to the Constitution of the United States in the way ordained by that Constitution itself. This understood, the Constitution and laws of a defunct state remain in force by virtue of the will of the United States till the state is raised from the dead, restored to life and activity, and repeals or alters them, or until they are repealed or altered by the United States or the National Convention. But as the defunct state could not, and the convention had not repealed or altered them, save in the one case mentioned, the general government had no alternative but to treat them and all rights created by them as the territorial law, and to respect them as such. What then do the people of the several states that seceded lose by secession? They lose, besides incurring, so far as disloyal, the pains and penalties of treason. their political rights, or right, as has just been said, to be in their own department, self-governing communities with the right of representation in Congress and the electoral colleges, and to sit in the National Convention, or of being counted in the ratification of amendments to the Constitution. Precisely what it was shown a territorial people gain by being admitted as a state into the Union. This is the difference between the constitutional doctrine and that adopted by Mr. Lincoln's and Mr. Johnson's administrations. But what authority on this constitutional doctrine does the general government gain over the people of states that secede that it has not over others? As to their internal constitution, their private rights of persons or property, it gains none. It has over them, till they are reconstructed and restored to the Union, the right to institute for them provisional governments, civil or military, precisely as it has for the people of a territory that is not and has never been one of the United States. But in their reconstruction it has less, for the geographical boundaries and electoral people of each are already defined by a law which does not depend on its will and which it can neither abrogate nor modify. Here is the difference between the constitutional doctrine and that of the so-called radicals. The state has gone, but its laws remain so far as the United States in convention does not abrogate them, not because the authority of the state survives, but because the United States so will, or are presumed to will. The United States have by a constitutional amendment abrogated the laws of the several states authorizing slavery and prohibiting slavery forever within the jurisdiction of the Union, and no state can now be reconstructed and be admitted into the Union with a constitution that permits slavery, for that would be repugnant to the Constitution of the United States. If the constitutional amendment is not recognized as ratified by the requisite number of states, it is the fault of the government in persisting in counting as states what are no states. Negro suffrage as white suffrage is at present a question for the states. The United States guarantee to such state a republican form of government, and this guarantee no doubt authorizes Congress to intervene in the internal constitution of a state so far as to force it to adopt a republican form of government, but not so far as to organize a government for a state or to compel a territorial people to accept or adopt a state constitution for themselves. If a state attempts to organize a form of government not republican, it can prevent it. And if a territory adopts an unrepublican form, it can force it to change its constitution to one that is republican, or compel it to remain a territory under a provisional government. But this gives the general government no authority in the organization or reorganization of states beyond seeing that the form of government adopted by the territorial people is republican. To press it further, to make the constitutional clause a pretext for assuming the entire control of the organization or reorganization of a state is a manifest abuse, a palpable violation of the Constitution and of the whole American system. The authority given by the clause is specific and is no authority for intervention in the general reconstruction of the lapsed state. It gives authority in no question raised by secession or its consequences, and can give none except from within or from without there is an overt attempt to organize a state in the Union with an unrepublican form of government. The general government gives permission to the territorial people of the defunct state to reorganize, or it contents itself with suffering them, without special recognition, to reorganize in their own way and apply to Congress for admission, leaving it to Congress to admit them as a state or not, according to its own discretion, in like manner as it admits a new state, but the reorganization itself must be the work of the territorial people themselves under their old electoral law. The power that reconstructs is the people themselves. The power that admits them or receives them into the Union is Congress. The executive, therefore, has no authority in the matter beyond that of seeing that the laws are duly complied with, and whatever power he assumes, whether by proclamation or by instructions given to the provisional governors, civil or military, is simply a usurpation of the power of Congress, which it rests with Congress to condone or not, as it may see fit. Executive proclamations, excluding a larger or a smaller portion of the electoral or territorial people from the exercise of the electoral franchise in reorganizing the state, and executive efforts to throw the state into the hands of one political party or another, are an unwarrantable assumption of power. For the President, in relation to Reconstruction, acts only under the peace powers of the Constitution and simply as the first executive officer of the Union. His business is to execute the laws, not to make them. His legislative authority is confined to his qualified veto on the acts of Congress and to the recommendation to Congress of such measures as he believes are needed by the country. This is the end of Section 22. Section 23 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes Augustus Brownson. Reconstruction, Part 2. In reconstructing a disorganized state, neither Congress nor the executive has any power that either has not in time of peace. The executive, as commander-in-chief of the army, may ex necessitate place it ad interim under a military governor, but he cannot appoint even a provisional civil governor until Congress has created the office and given him authority to fill it. Far less can he legally give instructions to the civil governor as to the mode or manner of reconstructing the disorganized state, or decide who may or may not vote in the preliminary reorganization. The executive could do nothing of the sort, even in regard to a territory never erected into a state. It belongs to Congress, not to the executive, to erect territorial or provisional governments, like those of Dakota, Colorado, Montana, Nebraska, and New Mexico. And Congress, not the executive, determines the boundaries of the territory, passes the enabling act, and defines the electoral people, till the state is organized and able to act herself. Even Congress, in reconstructing and restoring to life and vigor in the Union a disorganized state, has nothing to say as to its boundaries or its electoral people, nor any right to interfere between parties in the state to throw the reconstructed state into the hands of one or another party. All that Congress can insist on is that the territorial people shall reconstruct with a government Republican in form, that its senators and representatives in Congress and the members of the state legislature and all executive and judicial officers of the state shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. In the whole work, the President has nothing to do with Reconstruction, except to see that peace is preserved and the laws are fully executed. It may be at least doubted that the executive has power to proclaim amnesty and pardon to rebels after the Civil War has ceased, and ceased it has when the rebels have thrown down their arms and submitted, for his pardoning power is only to pardon after conviction and judgment of the court. It is certain that he has no power to proscribe or punish even traitors, except by due process of law. When the war is over, he has only his ordinary peace powers. He cannot then disfranchise any portion of the electoral people of a state that seceded, even though there is no doubt that they have taken part in the rebellion and may still be suspected of disloyal sentiments. Not even Congress can do it, and no power known to the Constitution, till the state is reconstructed, can do it without due process of law, except the National Convention. Should the President do any of the things supposed, he would both abuse the power he has and usurp the power that he has not, and render himself liable to impeachment. There are many things very proper and even necessary to be done, which are high crimes when done by an improper person or agent. The duty of the President, when there are steps to be taken or things to be done which he believes very necessary, but which are not within his competency, is, if Congress is not in session, to call it together at the earliest practicable moment and submit the matter to its wisdom and discretion. It must be remembered that the late rebellion was not a merely personal but a territorial rebellion. In such a rebellion, embracing 11 states and excluding slaves, a population of at least 7 millions, acting under an organized territorial government, preserving internal civil order, supporting an army and navy under regularly commissioned officers, and carrying on war as a sovereign nation, in such a territorial rebellion, no one in particular can be accused and punished as a traitor. The rebellion is not the work of a few ambitious or reckless leaders, but of the people, and the responsibility of the crime, whether civil or military, is not individual, but common to the whole territorial people engaged in it, and 7 millions, or the half of them, are too many to hang, to exile, or even to disfranchise. Their defeat and the failure of their cause must be their punishment. The interest of the country, as well the sentiment of the civilized world, it might almost be said the law of nations, demands their permission to return to their allegiance, to be treated according to their future merits as an integral portion of the American people. The sentiment of the civilized world has much relaxed from its former severity toward political offenders. It regards with horror the savage cruelties of Great Britain to the unfortunate Jacobites after their defeat under Charles Edward at Culloden in 1746, their barbarous treatment of the United Irishmen in 1798, and her brutality to the mutinous Hindus in 1857 through 1858. The harshness of Russia toward the insurgent Poles, defeated in their mad attempts to recover their lost nationality. The severity of Austria under Haynau toward the defeated Magyars. The liberal press kept up for years, especially in England and the United States, a perpetual howl against the papal and Neapolitan governments for arresting and imprisoning men who conspired to overthrow them. Louis Kossuth was no less a traitor than Jefferson Davis, and yet the United States solicited his release from a Turkish prison and sent a national ship to bring him hither as the nation's guest. The people of the United States have held from the first the right of insurrection, and have given their moral support to every insurrection in the Old or New World they discovered, and for them to treat with severity any portion of the Southern secessionists who at their very worst only acted on the principles the nation had uniformly avowed and pronounced sacred, would be regarded, and justly by the civilized world, as a little less than infamous. Not only their fair fame, but the interest of the Union forbids any severity toward the people lately in arms against the government. The interest of the nation demands not the death or the expulsion of the secessionists, and least of all of those classes proscribed by the President's proclamation of the 29th of May, 1865, nor even their disfranchisement, perpetual or temporary, but their restoration to citizenship and their loyal cooperation with all true-hearted Americans in healing the wounds inflicted on the whole country by the Civil War. There need be no fear to trust them. Their cause is lost. They may or may not regret it, but lost it is, and lost forever. They appealed to the ballot box and were defeated. They appealed from the ballot box to arms, to war, and have been again defeated, terribly defeated. They know it and feel it. There is no further appeal for them. The judgment of the court of last resort has been rendered, and rendered against them. The cause is finished, the controversy closed, never to be reopened. Henceforth the Union is invincible, and it is worse than idle to attempt to renew the war against it. Henceforth their lot is bound up with that of the nation, and all their hopes and interests for themselves and their children and their children's children depend on their being permitted to demean themselves henceforth as peaceable and loyal American citizens. They must seek their freedom, greatness, and glory in the freedom, greatness, and glory of the American Republic, in which, after all, they can be far freer, greater, more glorious than in a separate and independent confederacy. All the arguments and considerations urged by Union men against their secession came back to them now with redoubled force to keep them henceforth loyal to the Union. They cannot afford to lose the nation, and the nation cannot afford to lose them. To hang or exile them, and depopulate and suffer to run to waste the lands they had cultivated, were sad thrift, sadder than that of deporting 4 millions of Negroes and colored men. To exchange only those accepted from amnesty and pardon by President Johnson, embracing some 2 millions or more, the very pars senior of the Southern population, for what would remain or flock in to supply their place would be only the exchange of glaucius and diamed, gold for brass. To disenfranchise them, confiscate their estates, and place them under the political control of the freedmen, lately their slaves, and the ignorant and miserable white trash, would be simply to render rebellion chronic, and to convert 7 millions of Americans, willing and anxious to be free, loyal American citizens, into eternal enemies. They have yielded to superior numbers and resources, beaten but not disgraced, for they have, even in rebellion, proved themselves what they are, real Americans. They are the product of the American soil, the free growth of the American Republic, and to disgrace them were to disgrace the whole American character and people. The wise Romans never allowed a triumph to a Roman general for victories, however brilliant, won over Romans. In civil war, the victory won by the government troops is held to be a victory for the country, in which all parties are victors and nobody is vanquished. It was as truly for the good of the secessionists to fail as it was for those who sustained the government to succeed, and the government being forced their own submission and vindicated its own authority, it should now leave them to enjoy, with others, the victory which it has won for the common good of all. When war becomes a stern necessity, when it breaks out and while it lasts, humanity requires it to be waged in earnest. prosecuted with vigor and made as damaging, as distressful to the enemy as the laws of civilized nations permit. It is the way to bring it to a speedy close and to save life and property. But when it is over, when the enemy submits and peace returns, the vanquished should be treated with gentleness and love. No rancor should remain, no vengeance should be sought. They who met in mortal conflict on the battlefield should be no longer enemies, but embrace as comrades, as friends, as brothers. None but a coward kicks a fallen foe. A brave people is generous, and the victors in the late war can afford to be generous generously. They fought for the Union, and the Union has no longer an enemy. Their late enemies are willing and proud to be their countrymen, fellow citizens, and friends, and they should look to it that small politicians do not rob them in the eyes of the world by unnecessary and ill-timed severity to the submissive, of the glory of being, as they are, a great, noble, chivalric, generous, and magnanimous people. The government and the small politicians, who usually are the most influential with all governments, should remember that none of the secessionists, however much in error they have been, have committed the moral crime of treason. They held with the majority of the American people the doctrine of state sovereignty, and on that doctrine they had a right to secede, and have committed no treason, been guilty of no rebellion. That was indeed no reason why the government should not use all its force, if necessary, to preserve the national unity and the integrity of the national domain. But it is a reason, and a sufficient reason, why no penalty of treason should be inflicted on secessionists or their leaders after their submission and recognition of the sovereignty of the United States as that to which they owe allegiance. None of the secessionists have been rebels or traitors except in outward act, and there can, after the act has ceased, be no just punishment where there has been no criminal intent. Treason is the highest crime and deserves exemplary punishment, but not where there has been no treasonable intent, where they who committed it did not believe it was treason, and on principles held by the majority of their countrymen and by the party that had generally held the government, there really was no treason. Concede state sovereignty, and Jefferson Davis was no traitor in the war he made with the United States, for he made none till his state had seceded. He could not then be arraigned for his acts after secession, and at most only for conspiracy, if at all, before secession. But if you permit all to vote in the reorganization of the state who under the old electoral law have the elective franchise, you throw the state into the hands of those who have been disloyal to the Union. If so, and you cannot trust them, the remedy is not in disfranchising the majority, but in prohibiting the reorganization and in holding the territorial people still longer under the provisional government, civil or military. The old electoral law disqualifies all who have been convicted of treason either to the state or the United States, and neither Congress nor the executive can declare any others disqualified on account of disloyalty. But you must throw the state into the hands of those who took part, directly or indirectly, in the rebellion, if you reconstruct the states at all, for they are undeniably the great body of the territorial people in all the states that seceded. These people having submitted and declared their intention to reconstruct the state as a state in the Union, you must amend the Constitution of the United States, unless they are convicted of a disqualifying crime by due process of law, before you can disfranchise them. It is impossible to reconstruct any one of the disorganized states with those alone, or as the dominant party who have adhered to the Union throughout the fearful struggle as self-governing states. The state resting on so small a portion of the people would have no internal strength, no self-support, and could stand only as upheld by federal arms, which would greatly impair the free and healthy action of the whole American system. The government attempted to do it in Virginia, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee before the rebellion was suppressed, but without authority and without success. The organizations, effected at great expense and sustained only by military force, were neither states nor state governments, nor capable of being made so by any executive or congressional action. If the disorganized states as the government held were still states in the Union, these organizations were flagrantly revolutionary, as effected not only without but in defiance of state authority. If they had seceded and ceased to be states, as was the fact, they were equally unconstitutional and void of authority because not created by the free suffrage of the territorial people, who alone are competent to construct or reconstruct a state. If the Unionists had retained the state, organization, and government, however small their number, they would have held the state, and the government would have been bound to recognize and to defend them as such with all the force of the Union. The rebellion would then have been personal, not territorial. But such was not the case. The state organization, the state government, the whole state authority rebelled, made the rebellion territorial, not personal, and left the Unionists, very respectable persons assuredly, residing, if they remained at home, in rebel territory, traitors in the eye of their respective states, and shorn of all political status or rights. Their political status was simply that of the old Loyalists, or adherents of the British Crown in the American War for Independence, and it was as absurd to call them the state as it would have been for Great Britain to have called the old Tories the colonies. The theory on which the government attempted to reorganize the disorganized states rested on two false assumptions. First, that the people are personally sovereign, and second, that all the power of the Union vests in the general government. The first, as we have seen, is the principle of so-called squatter sovereignty, embodied in the famous Kansas-Nebraska bill, which gave birth in opposition to the Republican Party of 1856. The people are sovereign only as the state, and the state is inseparable from the domain. The Unionists, without the state government, without any state organization, could not hold the domain, which, when the state organization is gone, escheats to the United States, that is to say, ceases to exist. The American democracy is territorial, not personal. The general government in time of war or rebellion is indeed invested for war purposes with all the power of the Union. This is the war power. But though apparently unlimited, the war power is yet restricted to war purposes, and expires by natural limitation when peace returns. And peace returns in a civil war when the rebels have thrown down their arms and submitted to the national authority, and without any formal declaration. During the war, or while the rebellion lasts, it can suspend the civil courts, the civil laws, the state constitutions, anything necessary to the success of the war, and of the necessity the military authority are the judges. But it cannot abolish, abrogate, or reconstitute them. On the return of peace, they revive of themselves in all their vigor. The Emancipation Proclamation of the President, if it emancipated the slaves in certain states and parts of states, and if those whom it emancipated could not be re-enslaved, did not anywhere abolish slavery or change the laws authorizing it. And if the government should be sustained by Congress or by the Supreme Court in counting the disorganized states as states in the Union, the legal status of slavery throughout the Union, with the exception of Maryland and perhaps Missouri, is what it was before the war. Footnote. This was the case in August 1865. It may be quite otherwise before these pages see the light. End footnote. The government undoubtedly supposed in the reconstructions it attempted that it was acting under the war power. But as reconstruction can never be necessary for war purposes, and it is in its very nature a work of peace, incapable of being affected by military force, since its validity depends entirely on its being the free action of the territorial people to be reconstructed. The general government had and could have, with regard to it, only its ordinary peace powers. Reconstruction is jure passus, not jure belli. Yet such illegal organizations, though they are neither states nor state governments and incapable of being legalized by any action of the executive or of Congress, may nevertheless be legalized by being endorsed or acquiesced in by the territorial people. They are wrong, as are all usurpations. They are undemocratic, inasmuch as they attempt to give the minority the power to rule the majority. They are dangerous, inasmuch as they place the state in the hands of a party that can stand only as supported by the general government, and thus destroy the proper freedom and independence of the state, and open the door to corruption, tend to keep alive rancor and ill feeling, and to retard the period of complete pacification, which might be effected in 3 months, as well as in 3 years or 20 years. Yet they can become legal, as other governments illegal in their origin become legal, with time and popular acquiescence. The right way is always the shortest and easiest, but when a government must oftener follow than lead the public, it is not always easy to hit the right way, and still less easy to take it. The general instincts of the people are right as to the end to be gained, but seldom right as to the means of gaining it, and politicians of the Union party, as well as the late Secession party, have an eye in reconstructing to the future political control of the state when it is reconstructed. The secessionists, if permitted to retain their franchise, would, even if they accepted abolition, no doubt reorganize their respective states on the basis of white suffrage, and so would the Unionists if left to themselves. There is no party at the South prepared to adopt Negro suffrage, and there would be none at the North if the Negroes constituted any considerable portion of the population. As the reconstruction of a state cannot be done under the war power, the general government can no more enfranchise than it can disfranchise any portion of the territorial people, and the question of Negro suffrage must be left where the Constitution leaves it, to the states severally, each to dispose of it for itself. Negro suffrage will no doubt come in time, as soon as the freedmen are prepared for it, and the danger is that it will be attempted too soon. It would be a convenience to have the Negro vote in the reconstruction of the states disorganized by secession, for it would secure their reconstruction with anti-slavery constitutions, and also make sure of the proposed anti-slavery amendment to the Constitution of the United States. But there is no power in Congress to enfranchise the Negroes in the states needing reconstruction. And once assured of their freedom, the freedmen would care little for the Union, of which they understand nothing. They would vote, for the most part, with their former masters, their employers, the wealthier and more intelligent classes, whether loyal or disloyal, for as a rule those will treat them with greater personal consideration and kindness than others. The dislike of the Negro and hostility to Negro equality increase as you descend in the social scale. The freedmen without political instruction or experience, who have had no country, no domicile, understand nothing of loyalty or of disloyalty. They have strong local attachments, but they can have no patriotism. If they adhered to the Union in the rebellion, fought for it, bled for it, it was not from loyalty, but because they knew that their freedom would come only from the success of the Union arms. That freedom secured, they have no longer any interest in the Union and their local attachments. Personal associations, habits, tastes, likes, and dislikes are Southern, not Northern. In any contest between the North and the South, they would take to a man the Southern side. After the taunts of the women, the captured soldiers of the Union found, until nearly the last year of the war, nothing harder to bear when marched as prisoners into Richmond than the antics and hootings of the negroes. Negro suffrage on the score of loyalty is at best a matter of indifference to the Union, and as an elective franchise is not a natural right but a civil trust. The friends of the Negro should, for the present, be contented with securing him simply equal rights of person and property. This is the end of section 23. Section 24 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes, Augustus, Brownson. Chapter 14. Political Tendencies, Part 1. The most marked political tendency of the American people has been, since 1825, to interpret their government as a pure and simple democracy, and to shift it from a territorial to a purely popular basis, or from the people as the state, inseparably united to the national territory or domain, to the people as simply population, either as individuals or as the race. Their tendency has unconsciously, therefore, been to change their constitution from a republic to a despotic, or from a civilized to our barbaric constitution. The American Constitution is democratic in the sense that the people are sovereign, that all laws and public acts run in their name, that the rulers are elected by them and are responsible to them. But they are the people, territorially constituted and fixed to the soil, constituting what Mr. Disraeli, with more propriety perhaps than he thinks, calls a territorial democracy. To this territorial democracy, the real American democracy, stand opposed two other democracies, the one personal and the other humanitarian, each alike hostile to civilization and tending to destroy the state and capable of sustaining government only on principles common to all despotisms. In every man there is a natural craving for personal freedom and unrestrained action, a strong desire to be himself, not another, to be his own master, to go when and where he pleases, and do what he chooses, to take what he wants, wherever he can find it, and to keep what he takes. It is strong in all nomadic tribes, who are at once pastoral and predatory, and is seldom weak in our bold frontiermen. Too often real border ruffians, it takes different forms in different stages of social development, but it everywhere identifies liberty with power. Restricted in its enjoyment to one man, it makes him chief of the family, the tribe, or the nation. Extended in its enjoyment to the few, it founds an aristocracy, creates a nobility, for noblemen meant originally only freemen, as it does still with the Magyars. Extended to the many, it founds personal democracy, a simple association of individuals in which all are equally free and independent, and no restraint is imposed on any one's action, will, or inclination without his own consent, express or constructive. This is the so-called Jeffersonian democracy, in which government has no powers but such as it derives from the consent of the governed, and is personal democracy or pure individualism, philosophically considered, pure egoism which says, "I am God." Under this sort of democracy, based on popular, or rather individual sovereignty, expressed by politicians when they call the electoral people, half seriously, half mockingly, the sovereigns, there obviously can be no state, no social rights, or civil authority. There can be only a voluntary association, league, alliance, or confederation in which individuals may freely act together as long as they find it pleasant, convenient, or useful, but from which they may separate or secede whenever they find it for their interest or their pleasure to do so. State sovereignty and secession are based on the same democratic principle applied to the several states of the Union instead of individuals. The tendency to this sort of democracy has been strong in large sections of the American people from the first, and has been greatly strengthened by the general acceptance of the theory that government originates in compact. The full realization of this tendency, which happily is impracticable save in theory, would be to render every man independent alike of every other man and of society, with full right and power to make his own will prevail. This tendency was strongest in the slaveholding states, and especially in those states in the slaveholding class, the American imitation of the feudal nobility of medieval Europe. And on this side, the war just ended was, in its most general expression, a war in defense of personal democracy or the sovereignty of the people individually against the humanitarian democracy represented by the abolitionists and the territorial democracy represented by the government. This personal democracy has been signally defeated in the defeat of the late Confederacy, and can hardly again become strong enough to be dangerous. But the humanitarian democracy, which scorns all geographical lines, effaces all individualities, and professes to plant itself on humanity alone, has acquired by the war new strength, and is not without menace to our future. The solidarity of the race, which is the condition of all human life, founds, as we have seen, society, and creates what are called social rights, the rights alike of society in regard to individuals, and of individuals in regard to society. Territorial divisions or circumscriptions found particular societies, states, or nations. Yet as the race is one, and all its members live by communion with God through it, and by communion with one another, these particular states or nations are never absolutely independent of each other, but bound together by the solidarity of the race, so that there is a real solidarity of nations as well as of individuals. The truth underlying Kossuth's famous declaration of, quote, "the solidarity of peoples," unquote. The solidarity of nations is the basis of international law, binding on every particular nation, and which every civilized nation recognizes and enforces on its own subjects or citizens through its own courts as an integral part of its own municipal or national law. The personal or individual right is therefore restricted by the rights of society, and the rights of the particular society or nation are limited by international law or the rights of universal society. The truth, the ex-governor of Hungary, overlooked. The grand error of gentilism was in denying the unity and therefore the solidarity of the race involved in its denial or misconception of the unity of God. It therefore was never able to assign any solid basis to international law and gave it only a conventional or customary authority, thus leaving the jus gentium, which it recognized indeed, without any real foundation in the constitution of things, or authority in the real world. Its real basis is in the solidarity of the race, which has its basis in the unity of God, not the dead or abstract unity asserted by the old Elatics, the Neoplatonists, or the modern Unitarians, but the living unity consisting in the threefold relation in the divine essence of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, as asserted by Christian revelation and believed more or less intelligently by all Christendom. The tendency in the Southern states has been to overlook the social basis of the state, or the rights of society founded on the solidarity of the race, and to make all rights and powers personal, or individual, and as only the white race has been able to assert and maintain its personal freedom, only men of that race are held to have the right to be free. Hence the people of those states felt no scruple in holding the black or colored race as slaves. Liberty, said they, is the right only of those who have the ability to assert and maintain it. Let the Negro prove that he has this ability by asserting and maintaining his freedom, and he will prove his right to be free. And that is a gross outrage, a manifest injustice to enslave him, but till then, let him be my servant, which is best for him and for me. Why ask me to free him? I shall, by doing so, only change the form of his servitude. Why appeal to me? Am I my brother's keeper? Nay, is he my brother? Is this Negro more like an ape or a baboon than a human being of the same race with myself? I believe it not. But in some instances at least, my dear slaveholder, your slave is literally your brother, and sometimes even your son, born of your own daughter. The tendency of the Southern Democrat was to deny the unity of the race, as well as all obligations of society to protect the weak and helpless, and therefore all true civil society. At the North there has been, and is even yet, an opposite tendency, a tendency to exaggerate the social element, to overlook the territorial basis of the state, and to disregard the rights of individuals. This tendency has been and is strong in the people called abolitionists. The American abolitionist is so engrossed with the unity that he loses the solidarity of the race, which supposes unity of race and multiplicity of individuals, and fails to see anything legitimate and authoritative in geographical divisions or territorial circumscriptions. Back of these, back of individuals, he sees humanity, superior to individuals, superior to states, governments, and laws, and holds that he may trample on them all, or give them to the winds at the call of humanity, or the higher law. The principle on which he acts is as indefensible as the personal or egotistical democracy of the slaveholders and their sympathizers. Were his socialistic tendency to become exclusive and realized, it would found in the name of humanity a complete social despotism, which, proving impracticable from its very generality, would break up in anarchy, in which might makes right, as in the slaveholders' democracy. The abolitionists, in supporting themselves on humanity in its generality, regardless of individual and territorial rights, can recognize no state, no civil authority, and therefore are as much out of the order of civilization, and as much in that of barbarism, as is the slaveholder himself. Wendell Phillips is as far removed from true Christian civilization as was John C. Calhoun, and William Lloyd Garrison is as much of a barbarian and despot in principle and tendency as Jefferson Davis. Hence the great body of the people in the non-slaveholding states, wedded to American democracy as they were and are, could never, as much as they detested slavery, be induced to make common cause with the abolitionists. And their apparent union in the late Civil War was accidental, simply owing to the fact that for the time the social democracy and the territorial coincided, or had the same enemy. The great body of the loyal people instinctively felt that pure socialism is as incompatible with American democracy as pure individualism, and the abolitionists are well aware that slavery has been abolished, not for humanitarian or socialistic reasons, but really for reasons of state, in order to save the territorial democracy. The territorial democracy would not unite to eliminate even so barbaric an element as slavery till the rebellion gave them the constitutional right to abolish it. And even then, so scrupulous were they that they demanded a constitutional amendment so as to be able to make clean work of it without any blow to individual or state rights. The abolitionists were right in opposing slavery, but not in demanding its abolition on humanitarian or socialistic grounds. Slavery is really a barbaric element and is in direct antagonism to American civilization. The whole force of the national life opposes it, and must finally eliminate it, or become itself extinct, and it is no mean proof of their utter want of sympathy with all the living forces of modern civilization that the leading men of the South and their prominent friends at the North really persuaded themselves that with cotton, rice, and tobacco they could effectually resist the anti-slavery movement and perpetuate their barbaric democracy. They studied the classics. They admired Greece and Rome and imagined that these nations became great by slavery instead of being great even in spite of slavery. They failed to take into the account the fact that when Greece and Rome were in the zenith of their glory, all contemporary nations were also slaveholding nations, and that if they were the greatest and most highly civilized nations of their times, they were not fitted to be the greatest and most civilized nations of all times. They failed also to perceive that if the Greco-Roman Republic did not include the whole territorial people in the political people, it yet recognized both the social and territorial foundation of the state, and never attempted to rest it on pure individualism. They forgot, too, that Greece and Rome both fell, and fell precisely through internal weakness caused by the barbarism within, not through the force of the barbarism beyond their frontiers. The world has changed since the time when 10,000 of his slaves were sacrificed as a religious offering to the manes of a single Roman master. The infusion of the Christian dogma of the unity and solidarity of the race into the belief, the life, the laws, the jurisprudence of all civilized nations has doomed slavery and every species of barbarism. But this our slaveholding countrymen saw not. It rarely happens that in any controversy, individual or national, the real issue is distinctly presented, or the precise question in debate is clearly and distinctly understood by either party. Slavery was only incidentally involved in the late war. The war was occasioned by the collision of two extreme parties, but it was itself a war between civilization and barbarism. primarily between the territorial democracy and the personal democracy, and in reality on the part of the nation as much a war against the socialism of the abolitionist as against the individualism of the slaveholder. Yet the victory, though complete over the former, is only half won over the latter, for it has left the humanitarian democracy standing, and perhaps for the moment stronger than ever. The socialistic democracy was enlisted by the territorial, not to strengthen the government at home as it imagines, for that it did not do, and could not do, since the national instinct was even more opposed to it than to the personal democracy, but under its anti-slavery aspect to soften the hostility of foreign powers and ward off foreign intervention, which was seriously threatened. The populations of Europe, especially of France and England, were decidedly anti-slavery, and if the war here appeared to them a war not solely for the unity of the nation and the integrity of its domain, as it really was, in which they took and could take no interest, but a war for the abolition of slavery, their governments would not venture to intervene. This was the only consideration that weighed with Mr. Lincoln, as he himself assured the author, and induced him to issue his Emancipation Proclamation. And Europe rejoices in our victory over the rebellion only so far as it has liberated the slaves, and honors the late president only as their supposed liberator, not as the preserver of the unity and integrity of the nation. This is natural enough abroad, and proves the wisdom of the anti-slavery policy of the government, which had become absolutely necessary to save the republic long before it was adopted. Yet it is not as the emancipator of some 2 or 3 millions of slaves that the American patriot cherishes the memory of Abraham Lincoln, but aided by the loyal people, generals of rare merit and troops of unsurpassed bravery and endurance, as the savior of the American state and the protector of modern civilization. His anti-slavery policy served this end, and therefore was wise, but he adopted it with the greatest possible reluctance. There were greater issues in the late war than Negro slavery or Negro freedom. That was only an incidental issue, as the really great men of the Confederacy felt, who to save their cause were willing themselves at last to free and arm their own Negroes, and perhaps were willing to do it even at first. This fact alone proves that they had, or believed they had, a far more important cause than the preservation of Negro slavery. They fought for personal democracy under the form of state sovereignty against social democracy for personal freedom and independence against social or humanitarian despotism. And so far their cause was as good as that against which they took up arms. And if they had or could have fought against that, without fighting at the same time against the territorial, the real American, the only civilized democracy, they would have succeeded. It is not socialism nor abolitionism that has won, nor is it the North that has conquered. The Union itself has won no victories over the South, and it is both historically and legally false to say that the South has been subjugated. The Union has preserved itself and American civilization, alike for North and South, East and West. The armies that so often met in the shock of battle were not drawn up respectively by the North and the South, but by two rival democracies to decide which of the two should rule the future. They were the armies of two mutually antagonistic systems, and neither army was clearly and distinctly conscious of the cause for which it was shedding its blood. Each obeyed instinctively a power stronger than itself, which at best it but dimly discerned. On both sides the cause was broader and deeper than Negro slavery, and neither the pro-slavery men nor the abolitionists have won. The territorial democracy alone has won, and won what will prove to be a final victory over the purely personal democracy which had its chief seat in the Southern states, though by no means confined to them. The danger to American democracy from that quarter is forever removed, and democracy a la Rousseau has received a terrible defeat throughout the world, though as yet it is far from being aware of it. But in this world victories are never complete. The socialistic democracy claims the victory which has really been won by the territorial democracy, as if it had been socialism, not patriotism, that fired the hearts and nerved the arms of the brave men led by McClellan, Grant, and Sherman. The humanitarians are more dangerous in principle than the egoists, for they have the appearance of building on a broader and deeper foundation, of being more Christian, more philosophic, more generous and philanthropic, but Satan is never more successful than under the guise of an angel of light. His favorite guise in modern times is that of philanthropy. He is a genuine humanitarian and aims to persuade the world that humanitarianism is Christianity and that man is God, that the soft and charming sentiment of philanthropy is real Christian charity, and he dupes both individuals and nations and makes them do his work when they believe they are earnestly and most successfully doing the work of God. Your leading abolitionists are as much affected by Sataноphany as your leading Confederates. Nor are they one whit more philosophical or less sophistical. The one loses the race, the other the individual, and neither has learned to apply practically that fundamental truth that there is never the general without the particular, nor the particular without the general, the race without individuals, nor individuals without the race. The whole race was in Adam, and fell in him, as we are taught by the doctrine of original sin or the sin of the race. And Adam was an individual, as we are taught in the fact that original sin was in him, actual or personal sin. The humanitarian is carried away by a vague generality and loses men in humanity, sacrifices the rights of men in a vain endeavor to secure the rights of man, as your Calvinist or his brother Jansenist sacrifices the right of nature in order to secure the freedom of grace. Yesterday he agitated for the abolition of slavery. Today he agitates for Negro suffrage, Negro equality, and announces that when he has secured that, he will agitate for female suffrage and the equality of the sexes, forgetting or ignorant that the relation of equality subsists only between individuals of the same sex, that God made man the head of the woman and the woman for the man, not the man for the woman. Having obliterated all distinction of sex in politics, in social, industrial, and domestic arrangements, he must go farther and agitate for equality of property. But since property, if recognized at all, will be unequally acquired and distributed, he must go further still and agitate for the total abolition of property as an injustice, a grievous wrong, a theft. With M. Proudhon or the Englishman Godwin, it is unjust that one should have what another wants, or even more than another. What right have you to ride in your coach or astride your spirited barb while I am forced to trudge on foot? Nor can our humanitarians stop there. Individuals are, and as long as there are individuals will be, unequal. Some are handsomer, and some are uglier, some wiser or sillier, more or less gifted, stronger or weaker, taller or shorter, stouter or thinner than others. and therefore some have natural advantages which others have not. There is inequality, therefore injustice, which can be remedied only by the abolition of all individualities, and the reduction of all individuals to the race or humanity, man in general. He can find no limit to his agitation this side of vague generality, which is no reality but a pure nullity, for he respects no territorial or individual circumscriptions, and must regard creation itself as a blunder. This is not fancy, for he has gone very nearly as far as it is here shown. If logical, he must go. This is the end of section 24. Section 25 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes, Augustus, Brownson. Political Tendencies, Part 2. The danger now is that the Union victory will at home and abroad be interpreted as a victory won in the interest of social or humanitarian democracy. It was because they regarded the war waged on the side of the Union as waged in the interest of this terrible democracy that our bishops and clergy sympathized so little with the government in prosecuting it, not, as some imagined, because they were disloyal, hostile to American or territorial democracy, or not heartily in favor of freedom for all men, whatever their race or complexion. They had no wish to see slavery prolonged, the evils of which they, better than any other class of men, knew and more deeply deplored. None would have regretted more than they to have seen the Union broken up, but they held the socialistic or humanitarian democracy represented by Northern abolitionists as hostile alike to the Church and to civilization, for the same reason that they were backward or reserved in their sympathy. All the humanitarian sects at home and abroad were forward and even ostentatious in theirs. The Catholics feared the war might result in encouraging la République démocratique et sociale. The humanitarian sects trusted that it would. If the victory of the Union should turn out to be a victory for the humanitarian democracy, the civilized world will have no reason to applaud it. That there is some danger that for a time the victory will be taken as a victory for humanitarianism or socialism, it would be idle to deny. It is so taken now, and the humanitarian party throughout the world are in ecstasies over it. The party claim it. The European socialists and red republicans applaud it, and the Mazzinis and Garibaldis inflict on us the deep humiliation of their congratulations. A cause that can be approved by the revolutionary leaders of European liberals must be strangely misunderstood, or have in it some infamous element. It is no compliment to a nation to receive the congratulations of men who assert not only people king, but people God. And those Americans who are delighted with them are worse enemies to the American democracy than ever were Jefferson Davis and his fellow conspirators, and more contemptible, as the swindler is more contemptible than the highwayman. But it is probable the humanitarians have reckoned without their host. Not they are the real victors. When the smoke of battle has cleared away, the victory, it will be seen, has been won by the Republic, and that alone has triumphed. The abolitionists, insofar as they asserted the unity of the race and opposed slavery as a denial of that unity, have also won. But insofar as they denied the reality or authority of territorial and individual circumscriptions, followed a purely socialistic tendency, and sought to dissolve patriotism into a watery sentimentality called philanthropy, have in reality been crushingly defeated, as they will find when the late insurrectionary states are fully reconstructed. The Southern or egotistical Democrats, so far as they denied the unity and solidarity of the race, the rights of society over individuals, and the equal rights of each and every individual in face of the state, or the obligations of society to protect the weak and help the helpless, have been also defeated. But so far as they asserted personal or individual rights which society neither gives nor can take away, and so far as they asserted not state sovereignty but states' rights held independently of the general government, and which limit its authority and sphere of action, they share in the victory, as the future will prove. European Jacobins, revolutionists conspiring openly or secretly against all legitimate authority, whether in church or state, have no lot or part in the victory of the American people, not for them, nor for men with their nefarious designs or mad dreams have our brave soldiers fought, suffered, and bled for 4 years of the most terrible war in modern times, and against troops as brave and as well led as themselves. Not for them has the country sacrificed 1,000,000 of lives and contracted a debt of 4,000 millions of dollars, besides the waste and destruction that it will take years of peaceful industry to repair. They and their barbaric democracy have been defeated, and civilization has won its most brilliant victory in all history. The American democracy has crushed, actually or potentially, every species of barbarism in the New World, asserted victoriously the state, and placed the government definitively on the side of legitimate authority, and made its natural association henceforth with all civilized governments, not with the revolutionary movements to overthrow them. The American people will always be progressive as well as conservative, but they have learned a lesson which they much needed against false democracy. Civil war has taught them that the sacred right of insurrection is as much out of place in a democratic state as in an aristocratic or a monarchical state, and that the government should always be clothed with ample authority to arrest and punish whoever plots its destruction. They must never be delighted again to have their government send a national ship to bring hither a noted traitor to his own sovereign as the nation's guest. The people of the Northern states are hardly less responsible for the late rebellion than the people of the Southern states. Their press had taught them to call every government a tyranny that refused to remain quiet while the traitor was cutting its throat or assassinating the nation, and they had nothing but mad denunciations of the Papal, the Austrian, and the Neapolitan governments for their severity against conspirators and traitors. But their own government has found it necessary for the public safety to be equally arbitrary, prompt, and severe, and they will most likely require it hereafter to cooperate with the governments of the Old World in advancing civilization, instead of lending all its moral support, as heretofore, to the Jacobins, revolutionists, socialists, and humanitarians, to bring back the reign of barbarism. The tendency to individualism has been sufficiently checked by the failure of the rebellion, and no danger from the disintegrating element, either in the particular state or in the United States, is henceforth to be apprehended. But the tendency in the opposite direction may give the American state some trouble. The tendency now is, as to the Union, consolidation, and as to the particular state, humanitarianism, socialism, or centralized democracy. Yet this tendency, though it may do much mischief, will hardly become exclusive. The states that seceded, when restored, will always, even in abandoning state sovereignty, resist it, and still assert state rights. When these states are restored to their normal position, they will always be able to protect themselves against any encroachments on their special rights by the general government. The Constitution, in the distribution of the powers of government, provides the states severally with ample means to protect their individuality against the centralizing tendency of the general government, however strong it may be. The war has no doubt had a tendency to strengthen the general government and to cause the people, to a great extent, to look upon it as the supreme and exclusive national government, and to regard the several state governments as subordinate instead of coordinate governments. It is not improbable that the executive, since the outbreak of the rebellion, has proceeded throughout on that supposition, and hence his extraordinary assumptions of power. But when once peace is fully established and the states have all resumed their normal position in the Union, every state will be found prompt enough to resist any attempt to encroach on its constitutional rights. Its instinct of self-preservation will lead it to resist, and it will be protected by both its own judiciary and that of the United States. The danger that the general government will usurp the rights of the states is far less than the danger that the executive will usurp all the powers of Congress and the judiciary. Congress, during the rebellion, clothed the President, as far as it could, with dictatorial powers, and these powers the executive continues to exercise even after the rebellion is suppressed. They were given and held under the rights of war and for war purposes only, and expired by natural limitation when the war ceased. But the executive forgets this, and instead of calling Congress together and submitting the work of reconstruction of the states that seceded to its wisdom and authority, undertakes to reconstruct them himself, as if he were an absolute sovereign, and the people seem to like it. He might and should, as commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy, govern them as military departments by his lieutenants, till Congress could either create provisional civil governments for them or recognize them as self-governing states in the Union. But he has no right under the Constitution, nor under the war power, to appoint civil governors, permanent or provisional, and every act he has done in regard to reconstruction is sheer usurpation, and done without authority and without the slightest plea of necessity. His acts in this respect, even if wise and just in themselves, are inexcusable, because done by one who has no legal right to do them. Yet his usurpation is apparently sustained by public sentiment, and a deep wound is inflicted on the Constitution, which will be long in healing. The danger in this respect is all the greater because it did not originate with the rebellion, but had manifested itself for a long time before. There is a growing disposition on the part of Congress to throw as much of the business of government as possible into the hands of the executive. The patronage the executive wields, even in times of peace, is so large that he has indirectly an almost supreme control over the legislative branch of the government. For this, which is, and if not checked, will continue to be a growing evil, there is no obvious remedy, unless the President is chosen for a longer term of office and made ineligible for a second term, and the mischievous doctrine of rotation in office is rejected as incompatible with the true interests of the public. Here is matter for the consideration of the American statesman. But as to the usurpations of the executive in these unsettled times, they will be only temporary, and will cease when the states are all restored. They are abuses, but only temporary abuses, and the Southern states, when restored to the Union, will resume their rights in their own sphere as self-governing communities and legalize or undo the unwarrantable acts of the federal executive. The socialistic and centralizing tendency in the bosom of the individual states is the most dangerous, but it will not be able to become predominant, for philanthropy, unlike charity, does not begin at home and is powerless unless it operates at a distance. In the states in which the humanitarian tendency is the strongest, the territorial democracy has its most effective organization. Prior to the outbreak of the rebellion, the American people had asserted popular sovereignty, but had never rendered an account to themselves in what sense the people are or are not sovereign. They had never distinguished the three sorts of democracy from one another, asked themselves which of the three is the distinctively American democracy. For them, democracy was democracy, and those who saw dangers ahead sought to avoid them either by exaggerating one or the other of the two exclusive tendencies, or else by restraining democracy itself through restrictions on suffrage. The latter class began to distrust universal suffrage, to lose faith in the people, and to dream of modifying the American Constitution so as to make it conform more nearly to the English model. The war has proved that they were wrong, for nothing is more certain than that the people have saved the national unity and integrity almost in spite of their government. The general government either was not disposed or was afraid to take a decided stand against secession till forced to do it by the people themselves. No wise American can henceforth distrust American democracy. The people may be trusted. So much is settled. But as the two extremes were equally democratic, as the secessionists acted in the name of popular sovereignty, and as the humanitarians were not unwilling to allow separation, and would not and did not engage in the war against secession for the sake of the Union and the integrity of the national domain, the conviction becomes irresistible that it was not democracy in the sense of either of the extremes that made the war and came out of it victorious. And hence the real American democracy must differ from them both, and is neither a personal nor a humanitarian, but a territorial democracy. The true idea of American democracy thus comes out, for the first time, freed from the two extreme democracies which have been identified with it, and henceforth enters into the understandings as well as the hearts of the people. The war has enlightened patriotism, and what was sentiment or instinct becomes reason, a well-defined and clearly understood constitutional conviction. In these several states themselves, there are many things to prevent the socialistic tendency from becoming exclusive. In the states that seceded, socialism has never had a foothold, and will not gain it, for it is resisted by all the sentiments, convictions, and habits of the Southern people. And the Southern people will not be exterminated or swamped by migrations either from the North or from Europe. They are and always will be an agricultural people, and an agricultural people are and always will be opposed to socialistic dreams, unless unwittingly held for a moment to favor it in pursuit of some special object in which they take a passionate interest. The worst of all policies is that of hanging, exiling, or disfranchising the wealthy landholders of the South, in order to bring up the poor and depressed whites, shadowed forth in the Executive Proclamation of the 29th of May, 1865. Of course, that policy will not be carried out, and if the Negroes are enfranchised, they will always vote with the wealthy landholding class and aid them in resisting all socialistic tendencies. The humanitarians will fail for the want of a good social grievance against which they can declaim. In the New England states the humanitarian tendency is strong as a speculation, but only in relation to objects at a distance. It is aided much by the congressional constitution of their religion. yet it is weak at home and is resisted practically by the territorial division of power. New England means Massachusetts, and nowhere is the subdivision of the powers of government carried farther, or the constitution of the territorial democracy more complete than in that state. Philanthropy seldom works in private against private vices and evils. It is effective only against public grievances, and the further they are from home and the less its right to interfere with them, the more in earnest and the more effective for evil does it become. Its nature is to mind everyone's business but its own. But now that slavery is abolished, there is nowhere in the United States a social grievance of magnitude enough to enlist any considerable number of the people, even of Massachusetts, in a movement to redress it. Negro enfranchisement is a question of which the humanitarians can make something, and they will make the most of it. But as it is a question that each state will soon settle for itself, it will not serve their purpose of prolonged agitation. They could not and never did carry away the nation, even on the question of slavery itself, and abolitionism had comparatively little direct influence in abolishing slavery. And the exclusion of Negro suffrage can never be made to appear to the American people as anything like so great a grievance as was slavery. Besides, in all the states that did not secede, Catholics are a numerous and an important portion of the population. Their increasing numbers, wealth, and education secure them, as much as the majority may dislike their religion, a constantly increasing influence, and it is idle to leave them out in counting the future of the country. They will in a very few years be the best and most thoroughly educated class of the American people, and aside from their religion, or rather in consequence of their religion, the most learned, enlightened, and intelligent portion of the American population. And as much as they have disliked the abolitionists, they have, in the army and elsewhere, contributed their full share to the victory the nation has won. The best things written on the controversy have been written by Catholics, and Catholics are better fitted by their religion to comprehend the real character of the American Constitution than any other class of Americans, the moment they study it in the light of their own theology. The American Constitution is based on that of natural society, on the solidarity of the race, and the difference between natural society and the church or Christian society is that one is initial and the other teleological. The law of both is the same. Catholics, as such, must resist both extremes, because each is exclusive, and whatever is exclusive or one-sided is un-Catholic. If they have been backward in their sympathy with the government, it has been through their dislike of the Puritanic spirit and the humanitarian or socialistic elements they detected in the Republican Party, joined with a prejudice against political and social Negro equality. But their church everywhere opposes the socialistic movements of the age, all movements in behalf of barbarism, and they may also be counted on to resist the advance of the socialistic democracy. If the country has had reason to complain of some of them in the late war, it will have in the future far stronger reason to be grateful. Not to them, indeed, for the citizen owes his life to his country, but to their religion, which has been and is the grand protectress of modern society and civilization. This is the end of section 25. Section 26 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes, Augustus, Brownson. Political Tendencies, Part 3. From the origin of government there has been a tendency to the extension of suffrage, and to exclude both birth and private property as bases of political rights or franchises. This tendency has often been justified on the ground that the elective franchise is a natural right, which is not true, because the elective franchise is political power, and political power is always a civil trust, never a natural right, and the state judges for itself to whom it will or will not confide the trust. But there can be no doubt that it is a normal tendency, and in strict accordance with the Constitution of American civil society, which rests on the unity of the race and public instead of private property. All political distinctions founded on birth, race, or private wealth are anomalies in the American system, and are necessarily eliminated by its normal developments. To contend that none but property holders may vote, or none but persons of a particular race may be enfranchised, is un-American and contrary to the order of civilization the New World is developing. The only qualification for the elective franchise the American system can logically insist on is that the elector belong to the territorial people. That is, be a natural born or naturalized citizen, be a major in full possession of his natural faculties, and unconvicted of any infamous offense. The state is free to naturalize foreigners or not, and under such restrictions as it judges proper. But having naturalized them, it must treat them as standing on the same footing with natural-born citizens. The naturalization question is one of great national importance. The migration of foreigners hither has added largely to the national population and to the national wealth and resources, but less perhaps to the development of patriotism, the purity of elections, or the wisdom and integrity of the government. It is impossible that there should be perfect harmony between the national territorial democracy and individuals born, brought up, and formed under a political order in many respects widely different from it. And there is no doubt that the democracy in its objectionable sense has been greatly strengthened by the large infusion of naturalized citizens. There can be no question that if the laboring classes, in whom the national sentiment is usually the strongest, had been composed almost wholly of native Americans, instead of being, as they were, at least in the cities, large towns, and villages, composed almost exclusively of persons foreign-born, the government would have found far less difficulty in filling up the depleted ranks of its armies. But to leave so large a portion of the actual population as the foreign-born, residing in the country without the rights of citizens, would have been a far graver evil, and would in the late struggle have given the victory to secession. There are great national advantages derived from the migration hither of foreign labor, and if the migration be encouraged or permitted, naturalization on easy and liberal terms is the wisest, the best, and only safe policy. The children of foreign-born parents are real Americans. Immigration has also a singular effect on developing the latent powers of the emigrant, and the children of emigrants are usually more active, more energetic than the children of the older inhabitants of the country among whom they settle. Some of our first men in civil life have been sons of foreign-born parents, and so are not a few of our greatest and most successful generals. The most successful of our merchants have been foreign-born. The same thing has been noticed elsewhere, especially in the emigration of the French Huguenots to Holland, Germany, England, and Ireland. The immigration of so many millions from the Old World has no doubt given to the American people much of their bold, energetic, and adventurous character, made them a superior people on the whole to what they would otherwise have been. This has nothing to do with superiority or inferiority of race or blood, but is a natural effect of breaking men away from routine and throwing them back on their own individual energies and personal resources. Resistance is offered to Negro suffrage, and justly too, till the recently emancipated slaves have served an apprenticeship to freedom. But that resistance cannot long stand before the onward progress of American democracy, which asserts equal rights for all, and not for a race or class only. Some would confine suffrage to landholders, or at least to property holders, but that is inconsistent with the American idea and is a relic of the barbaric Constitution which founds power on private instead of public wealth. Nor are property owners a whit more likely to vote for the public good than are those who own no property but their own labor. The men of wealth, the businessmen, manufacturers and merchants, bankers and brokers, are the men who exert the worst influence on government in every country, for they always strive to use it as an instrument of advancing their own private interests. They act on the beautiful maxim, let the government take care of the rich, and the rich will take care of the poor, instead of the far safer maxim, let the government take care of the weak, the strong can take care of themselves. Universal suffrage is better than restricted suffrage, but even universal suffrage is too weak to prevent private property from having an undue political influence. The evils attributed to universal suffrage are not inseparable from it, and after all it is doubtful if it elevates men of an inferior class to those elevated by restricted suffrage. The Congress of 1860 or of 1862 was a fair average of the wisdom, talent, and the virtue of the country, and not inferior to that of 1776 or that of 1789. And the executive during the rebellion was at least as able and as efficient as it was during the War of 1812, far superior to that of Great Britain, and not inferior to that of France during the Crimean War. The Crimean War developed and placed in high command, either with the English or the French, no generals equal to Halleck, Grant, and Sherman, to say nothing of others. The more aristocratic South proved itself in both statesmanship and generalship in no respect superior to the territorial democracy of the North and West. The great evil the country experiences is not from universal suffrage, but from what may be called rotation in office. The number of political aspirants is so great that in the northern and western states especially, the representatives in Congress are changed every 2 or 4 years, and a member, as soon as he has acquired the experience necessary to qualify him for his position, is dropped, not through the fickleness of his constituency, but to give place to another whose aid has been necessary to his first or second election. Employees are rotated, not because they are incapable or unfaithful, but because there are others who want their places. This is all bad, but it springs not from universal suffrage, but from a wrong public opinion, which might be corrected by the press, but which is mainly formed by it. There is no doubt a due share of official corruption, but not more than elsewhere, and that would be much diminished by increasing the salaries of the public servants, especially in the higher offices of the government, both general and state. The pay to the lower offices and employees of the government, and to the privates and non-commissioned officers in the army, is liberal, and in general too liberal. But the pay of the higher grades in both the civil and military service is too low, and relatively far lower than it was when the government was first organized. The worst tendency in the country, and which is not encouraged at all by the territorial democracy, manifests itself in the hostility to the military spirit and a standing army. The depreciation of the military spirit comes from the humanitarianism or sentimental democracy, which, like all sentimentalisms, defeats itself and brings about the very evils it seeks to avoid. The hostility to standing armies is inherited from England and originated in the quarrels between king and parliament, and is a striking evidence of the folly of that bundle of antagonistic forces called the British Constitution. In feudal times, most of the land was held by military service, and the reliance of government was on the feudal militia. But no real progress was made in eliminating barbarism till the national authority got a regular army at its command and became able to defend itself against its enemies. It is very doubtful if English civilization has not, upon the whole, lost more than it has gained by substituting parliamentary for royal supremacy, and exchanging the Stuarts for the Guelphs. No nation is a living, prospering nation that has lost the military spirit, or in which the profession of the soldier is not held in honor and esteem, and a standing army of reasonable size is public economy. It absorbs in its rank a class of men who are worth more there than anywhere else. It creates honorable places for gentlemen or the sons of gentlemen without wealth, in which they can serve both themselves and their country. Under a democratic government the most serious embarrassment to the state is its gentlemen, or persons not disposed or not fitted to support themselves by their own hands, more necessary in a democratic government than in any other. The civil service, divinity, law, and medicine, together with literature, science, and art, cannot absorb the whole of this ever increasing class, and the army and navy would be an economy and a real service to the state were they maintained only for the sake of the rank and position they give to their officers, and the wholesome influence these officers would exert on society and the politics of the country. This even in case there were no wars or apprehension of wars. They supply an element needed in all society to sustain in it the chivalric and heroic spirit, perpetually endangered by the mercantile and political spirit, which has in it always something low and sordid. But wars are inevitable, and when a nation has no surrounding nations to fight, it will, as we have just proved, fight itself. When it can have no foreign war, it will get up a domestic war, for the human animal, like all animals, must work off in some way its fighting humor, and the only sure way of maintaining peace is always to be prepared for war. A regular standing army of 40,000 men would have prevented the Mexican War, and an army of 50,000 well-disciplined and efficient troops at the command of the President on his inauguration in March 1861 would have prevented the rebellion, or would have instantly suppressed it. The cost of maintaining a land army of even 100,000 men and a naval force to correspond would have been in simple money value only a tithe of what the rebellion has cost the nation, to say nothing of the valuable lives that have been sacrificed, for the losses on the rebel side as well as those on the side of the government are equally to be counted. The actual losses to the country have been not less than 6 or 8,000 millions of dollars, or nearly one half of the assessed value of the whole property of the United States according to the census returns of 1860, and which has only been partially canceled by actual increase of property since. To meet the interest on the debt incurred will require a heavier sum to be raised annually by taxation, twice over, without discharging a cent of the principal than would have been necessary to maintain an army and navy adequate to the protection of peace and the prevention of the rebellion. The rebellion is now suppressed, and if the government does not blunder much more in its civil efforts at pacification than it did in its military operations before 1868, things will settle down into their normal order. but a regular army, not militia or volunteers, who are too expensive, of at least 100,000 men of all arms, and a navy nearly as large as that of England or France, will be needed as a peace establishment. The army of 100,000 men must form a cadre of an army of 3 times that number, which will be necessary to place the army on a war footing. Less will answer neither for peace nor war, for the nation has, in spite of herself, to maintain henceforth the rank of a first-class military and maritime power, and take a leading part in political movements of the civilized world, and to a great extent hold in her hand the peace of Europe. Canning boasted that he had raised up the New World to redress the balance of the Old. A vain boast, for he simply weakened Spain and gave the hegemony of Europe to Russia, which the Emperor of the French is trying, by strengthening Italy and Spain, and by a French protectorate in Mexico, to secure to France, both in the Old World and the New. A magnificent dream, but not to be realized. His uncle judged more wisely when he sold Louisiana, left the New World to itself, and sought only to secure to France the hegemony of the Old. But the hegemony of the New World henceforth belongs to the United States, and she will have a potent voice in adjusting the balance of power even in Europe. To maintain this position, which is imperative on her, she must always have a large armed force, either on foot or in reserve, which she can call out and put on a war footing at short notice. The United States must henceforth be a great military and naval power, and the old hostility to a standing army and the old attempt to bring the military into disrepute must be abandoned, and the country yield to its destiny. Of the several tendencies mentioned, the humanitarian tendency, egoistical at the South, detaching the individual from the race, and socialistic at the North, absorbing the individual in the race, is the most dangerous. The egoistical form is checked, sufficiently weakened by the defeat of the rebels, but the social form believes that it has triumphed, and that individuals are effaced in society and the states in the Union. Against this, more especially should public opinion and American statesmanship be now directed, and territorial democracy and the division of the powers of government be asserted and vigorously maintained. The danger is that while this socialistic form of democracy is conscious of itself, the territorial democracy has not yet arrived, as the Germans say, at self-consciousness, Selbstbewusstsein, and operates only instinctively. All the dominant theories and sentimentalities are against it, and it is only Providence that can sustain it. This is the end of section 26. Section 27 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes, Augustus, Brownson. Chapter 15. Destiny, Political and Religious. Part 1. It has been said in the introduction to this essay that every living nation receives from Providence a special work or mission in the progress of society to accomplish which is its destiny, or the end for which it exists, and that the special mission of the United States is to continue and complete in the political order the Greco-Roman civilization. Of all the states or colonies on this continent, the American Republic alone has a destiny or the ability to add anything to the civilization of the race. Canada and the other British provinces, Mexico and Central America, Colombia and Brazil, and the rest of the South American states might be absorbed in the United States without being missed by the civilized world. They represent no idea, and the work of civilization could go on without them as well as with them. If they keep up with the progress of civilization, it is all that can be expected of them. France, England, Germany, and Italy might absorb the rest of Europe and all Asia and Africa without withdrawing a single laborer from the work of advancing the civilization of the race, and it is doubtful if these nations themselves can severally or jointly advance it much beyond the point reached by the Roman Empire, except in abolishing slavery and including in the political people the whole territorial people. They can only develop and give a general application to the fundamental principles of the Roman Constitution. That indeed is much, but it adds no new element nor new combination of pre-existing elements. But nothing of this can be said of the United States. In the Greco-Roman civilization is found the state proper, and the great principle of the territorial constitution of power instead of the personal or the genealogical, the patriarchal or the monarchical. And yet with true civil or political principles it mixed up nearly all the elements of the barbaric constitution. The Gentile system of Rome recalls the patriarchal, and the relation that subsisted between the patron and his clients has a striking resemblance to that which subsists between the feudal lord and his retainers, and may have had the same origin. The three tribes, Ramnes, Quirites, and Luceres, into which the Roman people were divided before the rise of the plebs, may have been, as Niebuhr contends, local, not genealogical in their origin, but they were not strictly territorial distinctions, and the division of each tribe into 100 houses or gentes was not local, but personal, if not, as the name implies, genealogical. No doubt the individuals or families composing the house or gens were not all of kindred blood, for the Oriental custom of adoption, so frequent with our North American Indians, and with all people distributed into tribes, septs, or clans, obtained with the Romans. The adopted member was considered a child of the house, and took its name and inherited its goods. Whether, as Niebuhr maintains, all the free Gentiles of the three tribes were called patres, or patricians, or whether the term was restricted to the heads of houses, it is certain that the head of the house represented it in the Senate, and the vote in the curies was by houses, not by individuals en masse. After all, practically the Roman Senate was hardly less an estate than the English House of Lords, for no one could sit in it unless a landed proprietor and of noble blood. The plebs, though outside of the political people proper, as not being included in the three tribes when they came to be a power in the republic under the emperors, and the old distinction of the plebs and patricians was forgotten, were an estate and not a local or territorial people. The republican element was in the fact that the land which gave the right to participate in political power was the domain of the state, and the tenant held it from the state. The domain was vested in the state, not in the senator nor the prince, and was therefore res publica, not private property. The first grand leap of the human race from barbarism. In all other aspects the Roman constitution was no more republican than the feudal. Athens went further than Rome, and introduced the principle of territorial democracy. The division into demes, or wards, hence comes the word democracy, was a real territorial division, not personal nor genealogical, and if the equality of all men was not recognized, all who were included in the political class stood on the same footing. Athens and other Greek cities, though conquered by Rome, exerted after their conquest a powerful influence on Roman civilization, which became far more democratic under the emperors than it had been under the patrician Senate, which the assassins of Julius Caesar and the superannuated conservative party they represented tried so hard to preserve. The Senate and the consulship were opened to the representatives of the great plebeian houses, and the provincials were clothed with the rights of Roman citizens, and uniform laws were established throughout the empire. The grand error, as has already been said, of the Greco-Roman or Gentile civilization was in its denial or ignorance of the unity of the human race as well as the unity of God, and in its including in the state only our particular class of the territorial people, while it held all the rest as slaves, though in different degrees of servitude. It recognized and sustained a privileged class, a ruling order, and if, as subsequently did the Venetian aristocracy, it recognized democratic equality within that order, it held all outside of it to be less than men and without political rights. Practically, power was an attribute of birth and of private wealth. Suffrage was almost universal among freemen, but down almost to the empire the people voted by orders, and were counted not numerically, but by the rank of the order, and the comita curata could always carry the election over the comita centuriata, and thus the power remained always in the hands of the rich and noble few. The Roman law, as digested by jurists under Justinian in the 6th century, indeed recognizes the unity of the race, asserts the equality of all men by the natural law, and undertakes to defend slavery on principles not incompatible with that equality. It represents it as a commutation of the punishment of death, which the emperor has the right to inflict on captives taken in war, to perpetual servitude, and as servitude is less severe than death, slavery was really a proof of imperial clemency. But it has never yet been proved that the emperor has the right under the natural law to put captives taken even in a just war to death. And the Roman poet himself bids us humble the proud, but spare the submissive. In a just war, the emperor may kill on the battlefield those in arms against him. But the jus gentium, as now interpreted by the jurisprudence of every civilized nation, does not allow him to put them to death after they have ceased resistance, have thrown down their arms, and surrendered. But even if it did, it gives him a right only over the persons captured, not over their innocent children, and therefore no right to establish hereditary slavery, for the child is not punishable for the offenses of the parent. The law indeed assumed that the captive ceased to exist as a person and treated him as a thing, or mere property of the conqueror. And being property, he could beget only property, which would accrue only to his owner. But there is no power in heaven or earth that can make a person a thing, a mere piece of merchandise, and it is only by a clumsy fiction, or rather by a barefaced lie, that the law denies the slave his personality and treats him as a thing. If the unity of the race and the brotherhood of all men had been clearly seen and vividly felt, the law would never have attempted to justify perpetual slavery on the ground of its penal character, or indeed on any ground whatever. All men are born under the law of nature with equal rights, and the civil law can justly deprive no man of his liberty, but for a crime committed by him personally that justly forfeits his liberty to society. These defects of the Greco-Roman civilization the European nations have in part remedied, and may completely remedy. They can carry out practically the Christian dogma of the unity of the human race, abolish slavery in every form, make all men equal before the law, and the political people commensurate with the territorial people. Indeed, France has already done it. She has abolished slavery, villanage, serfage, political aristocracy, asserted the equality of all men before the law, vindicated the sovereignty of the people, and established universal suffrage, complete social and territorial democracy. Other nations may do as much, but hardly any of them can do more or advance further. Yet in France, territorial democracy, the most complete, results only in establishing the most complete imperial centralism, usually called Caesarism. The imperial constitution of France recognizes that the emperor reigns by the grace of God and the will of the nation, and therefore that by the grace of God and the will of the nation he may cease to reign. But while he reigns, he is supreme, and his will is law. The Constitution imposes no real or effective restraint on his power. While he sits upon the throne, he is practically France, and the ministers are his clerks. The Council of State, the Senate, and the legislative body are merely his agents in governing the nation. This may indeed be changed, but only to substitute for imperial centralism democratic centralism, which were no improvement, or to go back to the system of antagonisms, checks and balances, called constitutionalism or parliamentary government, of which Great Britain is the model, and which were a return toward barbarism or medieval feudalism. The human race has its life in God, and tends to realize in all orders the divine word or logos, which is logic itself, and the principle of all conciliation, of the dialectic union of all opposites or extremes. Mankind will be logical, and the worst of all tyrannies is that which forbids them to draw from their principles their last logical consequences, or that prohibits them the free explication and application of the divine idea, in which consists their life, their progress. Such tyranny strikes at the very existence of society and wars against the reality of things. It is supremely sophistical, and its success is death. For the universe in its constitution is extremely logical, and man, individually and socially, is rational. God is the author and type of all created things, and all creatures, each in its order, imitate or copies the divine being who is intrinsically Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, principle, medium, and end. The Son or Word is the medium which unites the two extremes. Hence, God is a living God, a real, active, living being, living, concrete, not abstract or dead unity, like the unity of old Xenophanes, Polytonus, and Proclus. In the Holy Trinity is the principle and prototype of all society, and what is called the solidarity of the race is only the outward expression or copy in the external order of what theologians term the circumcision of the three divine persons of the Godhead. Now, human society, when it copies the divine essence and nature either in the distinction of persons alone or in the unity alone, is sophistical, and wants the principle of all life and reality. It sins against God and must fail of its end. The English system, which is based on antagonistic elements, on opposites, without the middle term that conciliates them, unites them, and makes them dialectically one, copies the divine model in its distinctions alone, which, considered alone, are opposites or contraries. It denies, if Englishmen could but see it, the unity of God. The French or imperial system, which excludes the extremes instead of uniting them, denies all opposites instead of conciliating them, denies the distinctions in the model, copies only the unity, which is the supreme sophism called pantheism. The English Constitution has no middle term, and the French no extremes, and each in its way denies the divine Trinity, the original basis and type of the syllogism. The human race can be contented with neither, for neither allows it free scope of its inherent life and activity. The English system tends to pure individualism, the French to pure socialism or despotism, each endeavoring to suppress an element of the one living and indissoluble truth. This is not fancy, is not fine-spun speculation or cold and lifeless abstraction, but the highest theological and philosophical truth without which there were no reason, no man, no society. For God is the first principle of all being, all existence, all science, all life, and is in Him that we live and move and have our being. God is at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end of all things, the universal principle, medium and end, and no truth can be denied without his existence being directly or indirectly impugned. In a deeper sense than is commonly understood, it is true that nisi dominus adificarent domum in vanum laborantunt qui adificant eam. The English Constitution is composed of contradictory elements incapable of reconciliation, and each element is perpetually struggling with the others for the mastery. For a long time the king labored, intrigued, and fought to free himself from the thraldom in which he was held by the feudal barons. In 1688 the aristocracy and the people united and humbled the crown, and now the people are at work seeking to sap both the crown and the nobles. The state is constituted to nobody's satisfaction, and though all may unite in boasting its excellences, all are at work trying to alter or amend it. The work of constituting the state with the English is ever beginning, never ending. Hence the eternal clamor for parliamentary reform. Great Britain and other European states may sweep away all that remains of feudalism, include the whole territorial people with the equal rights of all the states or political people, concede to birth and wealth no political rights, but they will be so doing only establish either imperial centralism, as has been done in France, or democratic centralism, clamored for, conspired for, and fought for by the revolutionists of Europe. The special merit of the American system is not in its democracy alone, as too many at home and abroad imagine, but along with its democracy in the division of the powers of government between a general government and particular state governments, which are not antagonistic governments, for they act on different matters, and neither is nor can be subordinated to the other. Now, this division of power, which decentralizes the government without creating mutually hostile forces, can hardly be introduced into any European state. There may be a union of states in Great Britain, in Germany, in Italy, perhaps in Spain, and Austria is laboring hard to effect it in her heterogeneous empire. But the union possible in any of them is that of a Bund, or confederation, like the Swiss or German Bund, similar to what the secessionists in the United States so recently attempted and have so signally failed to establish. An intelligent Confederate officer remarked that their Confederacy had not been in operation 3 months before it became evident that the principle on which it was founded, if not rejected, would ensure its defeat. It was that principle of state sovereignty, for which these states seceded, more than the superior resources and numbers of the government, that caused the collapse of the Confederacy. The numbers were relatively about equal. The military resources of the Confederacy were relatively not much inferior to those of the government. So at least the Confederate leaders thought, and they knew the material resources of the government as well as their own, had calculated them with as much care and accuracy as any men could. Foreign powers also, friendly as well as unfriendly, felt certain that the secessionists would gain their independence, and so did a large part of the people even of the loyal states. The failure is due to the disintegrating principle of state sovereignty, the very principle of the Confederacy. The war has proved that united states are, other things being equal, an overmatch for confederated states. The European states must unite either as equals or as unequals. As equals, the Union can only be a confederacy, a sort of Zollverein, in which each state retains its individual sovereignty. If as unequals, then someone among them will aspire to the hegemony, and you have over again the Athenian Confederation, formed at the conclusion of the Persian War and its fate. A union like the American cannot be created by a compact or by the exercise of supreme power. The Emperor of the French cannot erect the several departments of France into states, and divide the powers of government between them as individual and as united states. They would necessarily hold from the imperial government, which, though it might exercise a large part of its functions through them, would remain, as now, the supreme central government, from which all the governmental powers emanate, as our President is apparently attempting in his Reconstruction policy to make the government of the United States. The elements of a state constituted like the American do not exist in any European nation, nor in the Constitution of European society, and the American Constitution would have been impracticable even here had not Providence so ordered it that the nation was born with it and has never known any other. Rome recognized the necessity of the federal principle and applied it in the best way she could. At first it was a single tribe or people distributed into distinct gentes or houses. After the Sabine War, a second tribe was added on terms of equality, and the state was dual, composed of two tribes, the Ramnes and the Tides, or Quorites, and afterward in the time of Tullus Hostilius were added the Lucertes or Lucers, making the division into three ruling tribes, each divided into 100 houses or gentes. Each house in each tribe was represented by its chief or decurion in the Senate, making the number of senators exactly 300, at which number the Senate was fixed. Subsequently was added by Ancus the plebs, who remained without authority or share in the government of the city of Rome itself, though they might aspire to the first rank in the allied cities. The division into tribes, and the division of the tribes into gentes or houses, and the vote in the state by tribes and in the tribes by houses, effectually excluded democratic centralism. But the division was not a division of the powers of government between two coordinated governments, for the Senate had supreme control, like the British Parliament, over all matters, general and particular. The establishment after the secession of the plebs of the tribunicial veto, which gave the plebeians a negative power in the state, there was an incipient division of the powers of government, but only a division between the positive and negative powers, not between the general and the particular. The power accorded to the plebs, or commons, as Neubauer calls them, who is perhaps too fond of explaining the early constitution of Rome by analogies borrowed from feudalism, and especially from the constitution of his native Dithmarsch, was simply an obstructive power, and when it, by development, became a positive power, it absorbed all the powers of government and created the empire. There was indeed a nearer approach to the division of powers in the American system between imperial Rome and her allied or confederated municipalities. These municipalities, modeled chiefly after that of Rome, were elective and had the management of their own local affairs, but their local powers were not coordinate in their own sphere with those exercised by the Roman municipality, but subordinate and dependent. The Senate had the supreme power over them, and they held their rights subject to its will. They were formally or virtually subjugated states, to which the Roman Senate, and afterward the Roman emperors, left the form of the state and the mere shadow of freedom. Rome owed much to her affecting to treat them as allies rather than as subjects, and at first these municipal organizations secured the progress of civilization in the provinces. But at a later period, under the emperors, they were served only by the imperial treasury and were crushed by the taxes imposed and the contributions leveled on them by the fiscal agents of the empire. So heavy were the fiscal burdens imposed on the burgesses, if the term may be used, that it needed an imperial edict to compel them to enter the municipal government, and it became under the later emperors no uncommon thing for free citizens to sell themselves into slavery to escape the fiscal burdens imposed. There are actually imperial edicts extant forbidding freemen to sell themselves as slaves. Thus ended the Roman federative system, and it is difficult to discover in Europe the elements of a federative system that could have a more favorable result. This is the end of section 27. Section 28 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes, Augustus, Brownson. Destiny, Political and Religious, Part 2. Now, the political destiny or mission of the United States is in common with the European nations to eliminate the barbaric elements retained by the Roman Constitution, and specially to realize that philosophical division of the powers of government which distinguish it from both imperial and democratic centralism on the one hand, and on the other from the checks and balances or organized antagonisms which seek to preserve liberty by obstructing the exercise of power. No greater problem in statesmanship remains to be solved, and no greater contribution to civilization to be made. Nowhere else than in this new world, and in this new world only in the United States, can this problem be solved, or this contribution be made, and what the Greco-Roman Republic began be completed. But the United States have a religious as well as a political destiny, for religion and politics go together. Church and state as governments are separate indeed, but the principles on which the state is founded have their origin and ground in the spiritual order, in the principles revealed or affirmed by religion, and are inseparable from them. There is no state without God, any more than there is a church without Christ or the Incarnation. An atheist may be a politician, but if there were no God, there would be no politics. Theological principles are the basis of political principles. The created universe is a dialectic whole, distinct but inseparable from its creator, and all its parts cohere and are essential to one another. All has its origin and prototype in the triune God, and throughout expresses unity in triplicity, and triplicity in unity, without which there is no real being and no actual or possible life. Everything has its principle, medium, and end. Natural society is initial, civil government is medial, the church is teleological, but the three are only distinctions in one indissoluble whole. Man, as we have seen, lives by communion with God through divine creative act, and is perfected or completed only through the incarnation, in Christ the Word made flesh. True, he communes with God through his kind and through external nature, society in which he is born and reared, and property through which he derives sustenance for his body. But these are only media of his communion with God, the source of life, not either the beginning or the end of his communion. They have no life in themselves, since their being is in God, and of themselves can impart none. They are in the order of second causes, and second causes without the first cause are not. Communion, which stops with them, which takes them as the principle and end instead of media as they are, is the communion of death, not of life. As religion includes all that relates to communion with God, it must in some form be inseparable from every living act of man, both individually and socially. And in the long run, men must conform either their politics to their religion or their religion to their politics. Christianity is constantly at work molding political society in its own image and likeness, and every political system struggles to harmonize Christianity with itself. If then the United States have a political destiny, they have a religious destiny inseparable from it. The political destiny of the United States is to conform the state to the order of reality, or, so to speak, to the divine idea in creation. Their religious destiny is to render practicable and to realize the normal relations between church and state, religion and politics, as concreted in the life of the nation. In politics, the United States are not realizing a political theory of any sort whatsoever. They, on the contrary, are successfully refuting all political theories, making away with them, and establishing the state, not on a theory, not on an artificial basis or a foundation laid by human reason or will, but on reality, the eternal and immutable principles in relation to which man is created. They are doing the same in regard to religious theories. Religion is not a theory, a subjective view, an opinion, but is objectively at once a principle, a law, and a fact, and subjectively it is, by the aid of God's grace, practical conformity to what is universally true and real. The United States, in fulfillment of their destiny, are making as sad havoc with religious theories as with political theories, and are pressing on with irresistible force to the real or divine order which is expressed in the Christian mysteries, which exists independent of man's understanding and will, and which man can neither make nor unmake. The religious destiny of the United States is not to create a new religion or to found a new church. All real religion is Catholic, and is neither new nor old, but is always and everywhere true. Even our Lord came neither to found a new church nor to create a new religion, but to do the things which had been foretold, and to fulfill in time what had been determined in eternity. God has himself founded the church on Catholic principles, or principles always and everywhere real principles. His church is necessarily Catholic because founded on Catholic dogmas, and the dogmas are Catholic because they are universal and immutable principles having their origin and ground in the divine being himself, or in the creative act by which he produces and sustains all things. Founded on universal and immutable principles, the Church can never grow old or obsolete, but is the Church for all times and places, for all ranks and conditions of men. Men cannot change either the Church or the dogmas of faith, for they are founded in the highest reality, which is above him, over him, and independent of him. Religion is above and independent of the state, and the state has nothing to do with the Church or her dogmas, but to accept and conform to them as it does to any of the facts or principles of science, to a mathematical truth, or to a physical law. But while the Church, with her essential constitution and her dogmas, are founded in the divine order and are Catholic and unalterable, the relations between the civil and ecclesiastical authorities may be changed or modified by the changes of time and place. These relations have not always been the same, but have differed in different ages and countries. During the first 3 centuries of our era, the Church had no legal status and was either connived at or persecuted by the state. Under the Christian emperors, she was recognized by the civil law. Her prelates had exclusive jurisdiction in mixed civil and ecclesiastical questions and were made, in some sense, civil magistrates, and paid as such by the empire. Under feudalism, the prelates received investiture as princes and barons, and formed alone or in connection with the temporal lords an estate in the kingdom. The pope became a temporal prince and suzerain at one time of a large part of Europe and exercised the arbitratorship in all grave questions between Christian sovereigns themselves and between them and their subjects. Since the downfall of feudalism and the establishment of modern centralized monarchy, the Church has been robbed of the greater part of her temporal possessions and deprived in most countries of all civil functions, and treated by the state either as an enemy or as a slave. In all the sectarian and schismatic states of the Old World, the national church is held in strict subjugation to the civil authority, as in Great Britain and Russia, and is the slave of the state. In the other states of Europe, as France, Austria, Spain, and Italy, she is treated with distrust by the civil government and allowed hardly a shadow of freedom and independence. In France, which has the proud title of the eldest daughter of the Church, Catholics, as such, are not freer than they are in Turkey. All religions are said to be free, and all are free except the religion of the majority of Frenchmen. The emperor, because nominally a Catholic, takes it upon himself to concede the Church just as much and just as little freedom in the empire as he judges expedient for his own secular interests. In Italy, Spain, Portugal, Mexico, and the Central and South American states, the policy of the civil authorities is the same, or worse. It may be safely asserted that except in the United States, the Church is either held by civil power in subjugation or treated as an enemy. The relation is not that of union and harmony, but that of antagonism, to the grave detriment of both religion and civilization. It is impossible, even if it were desirable, to restore the mixture of civil and ecclesiastical governments which obtained in the Middle Ages, and a total separation of church and state, even as corporations would in the present state of men's minds in Europe be construed, if approved by the Church, into a sanction by her of political atheism, or the right of the civil power to govern according to its own will and pleasure, in utter disregard of the law of God, the moral order, or the immutable distinctions between right and wrong. It could only favor the absolutism of the state and put the temporal in the place of the spiritual. Hence, the Holy Father includes the proposition of the entire separation of church and state in the syllabus of errors condemned in his encyclical dated at Rome, December 8, 1864. Neither the state nor the people, elsewhere than in the United States, can understand practically such separation in any other sense than the complete emancipation of our entire secular life from the law of God, or the divine order, which is the real order. It is not the union of church and state. That is, the union or identity, rather, of religious and political principles that it is desirable to get rid of, but the disunion or antagonism of church and state. But this is nowhere possible out of the United States, for nowhere else is the state organized on Catholic principles or capable of acting, when acting from its own constitution, in harmony with a really Catholic church, or the religious order really existing, in relation to which all things are created and governed. Nowhere else is it practicable at present to maintain between the two powers their normal relations. But what is not practicable in the Old World is perfectly practicable in the New. The state here being organized in accordance with Catholic principles, there can be no antagonism between it and the Church. Though operating in different spheres, both are, in their respective spheres, developing and applying to practical life the one and the same divine idea. The Church can trust the state, and the state can trust the Church. Both act from the same principle to one and the same end. Each, by its own constitution, cooperates with, aids, and completes the other. It is true the Church is not formally established as the civil law of the land, nor is it necessary that she should be, because there is nothing in the state that conflicts with her freedom and independence, with her dogmas or her irreformable canons. The need of establishing the Church by law and protecting her by legal pains and penalties, as is still done in most countries, can exist only in a barbarous or semi-barbarous state of society, where the state is not organized on Catholic principles, or the civilization is based on false principles, and its development tends not to the real or divine order of things. When the state is constituted in harmony with that order, it is carried onward by the force of its own internal constitution in a Catholic direction, and a church establishment, or what is called a state religion, would be an anomaly or a superfluity. The true religion is in the heart of the state, as its informing principle and real interior life. The external establishment by legal enactment of the Church would afford her no additional protection, add nothing to her power and efficacy, and effect nothing for faith or piety, neither of which can be forced, because both must from their nature be free will offerings to God. In the United States, false religions are legally as free as the true religion, but all false religions, being one-sided, sophistical, and un-Catholic, are opposed by the principles of the state, which tend by their silent but effective workings to eliminate them. The American state recognizes only the Catholic religion. It eschews all sectarianism, and none of the sects have been able to get their peculiarities incorporated into its constitution or laws. The state conforms to what each holds that is Catholic, that is always and everywhere religion, and whatever is not Catholic it leaves, as outside of its province, to live or die according to its own inherent vitality or want of vitality. The state conscience is Catholic, not sectarian. Hence it is that the utmost freedom can be allowed to all religions, the false as well as the true, for the state, being Catholic in its constitution, can never suffer the adherents of the false to oppress the consciences of the adherents of the true. The Church being free, and the state harmonizing with her, Catholicity has in the freedom of both all the protection it needs, all the security it can ask, and all the support it can, in the nature of the case, receive from external institutions, or from social and political organizations. This freedom may not be universally wise or prudent, for all nations may not be prepared for it. All may not have attained their majority. The Church, as well as the state, must deal with men and nations as they are, not as they are not. To deal with a child as with an adult, or with a barbarous nation as with a civilized nation, would be only acting a lie. The Church cannot treat men as free men where they are not free men, nor appeal to reason in those whom reason is undeveloped. She must adapt her discipline to the age, condition, and culture of individuals, and to the greater or less progress of nations in civilization. She herself remains always the same in her constitution, her authority, and her faith, but varies her discipline with the variations of time and place. Many of her canons, very proper and necessary in one age, cease to be so in another, and many which are needed in the Old World would be out of place in the New World. Under the American system she can deal with the people as free men, and trust them as free men because free men they are. The freeman asks why, and the reason why must be given to him, or his obedience fails to be secured. The simple reason that the church commands will rarely satisfy him. He would know why she commands this or that. The full-grown free man revolts at blind obedience, and he regards all obedience as in some measure blind, for which he sees only an extrinsic command. Blind obedience even to the authority of the church cannot be expected of the people reared under the American system, not because they are filled with the spirit of disobedience, but because they insist that obedience shall be rationable obsequium, an act of the understanding, not of the will or the affections alone. They are trained to demand a reason for the command given them, to distinguish between the law and the person of the magistrate. They can obey God, but not man, and they must see that the command given has its reason in the divine order or the intrinsic Catholic reason of things, or they will not yield it a full, entire, and hearty obedience. The reason that suffices for the child does not suffice for the adult, and the reason that suffices for the barbarians does not suffice for civilized men, or that suffices for nations in the infancy of their civilization does not suffice for them in its maturity. The appeal to external authority was much less frequent under the Roman Empire than in the barbarous ages that followed its downfall, when the church became mixed up with the state. This trait of the American character is not un-Catholic. An intelligent, free, willing obedience, yielded from personal conviction after seeing its reasonableness, its justice, its logic in the divine order, the obedience of a free man, not of a slave, is far more consonant to the spirit of the church and far more acceptable to God than simple, blind obedience. And a people capable of yielding it stand far higher in the scale of civilization than the people that must be governed as children or barbarians. It is possible that the people of the Old World are not prepared for the regimen of freedom in religion any more than they are prepared for freedom in politics, for they have been trained only to obey external authority and are not accustomed to look on religion as having its reason in the real order or in the reason of things. They understand no reason for obedience beyond the external command, and do not believe it possible to give or to understand the reason why the command itself is given. They regard the authority of the church as a thing apart, and see no way by which faith and reason can be harmonized. They look upon them as antagonistic forces rather than as integral elements of one and the same whole. Concede them the regimen of freedom, and their religion has no support but in their good will, their affections, their associations, their habits, and their prejudices. It has no root in their rational convictions, and when they begin to reason, they begin to doubt. This is not the state of things that is desirable, but it cannot be remedied under the political regime established elsewhere than in the United States. In every state in the world, except the American, the civil constitution is sophistical and violates more or less the logic of things, and therefore in no one of them can the people receive a thoroughly dialectic training or an education in strict conformity to the real order. Hence, in them all, the church is more or less obstructed in her operations and prevented from carrying out in its fullness her own divine idea. She does the best she can in the circumstances and with the materials with which she is supplied, and exerts herself continually to bring individuals and nations into harmony with her divine law. But still, her life in the midst of the nations is a struggle, a warfare. This is the end of section 28. Section 29 of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Republic, Its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes Augustus Brownson. Destiny, Political and Religious, Part 3. The United States, being dialectically constituted and founded on real Catholic, not sectarian or sophistical principles, presents none of these obstacles, and must, in their progressive development or realization of their political idea, put an end to this warfare, insofar as a warfare between church and state, and leave the church in her normal position in society, in which she can, without let or hindrance, exert her free spirit, and teach and govern men by the divine law as freemen. She may encounter unbelief, misbelief, ignorance, and indifference in a few or in many, but these, deriving no support from the state, which tends constantly to eliminate them, must gradually give way before her invincible logic, her divine charity, the truth and reality of things, and the intelligence, activity, and zeal of her ministers. The American people are on the surface sectarians or indifferentists, but they are in reality less un-Catholic than the people of any other country, because they are, in their intellectual and moral development, nearer to the real order, or in the higher and broader sense of the word, more truly civilized. The multitude of sects that obtain may excite religious compassion for those who are carried away by them. For men can be saved or attain to their eternal destiny only by truth, or conformity to him who said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. But in relation to the national destiny they need excite no alarm, no uneasiness, for underlying them all is more or less of Catholic truth, and the vital forces of the national life repel them in so far as they are sectarian and not Catholic, as substances that cannot be assimilated to the national life. The American state being Catholic in its organic principles, as is all real religion, and the church being free, whatever is anti-Catholic or un-Catholic is without any support in either, and having none, either in reality or in itself, it must necessarily fall and gradually disappear. The sects themselves have a half unavowed conviction that they cannot subsist forever as sects, if unsupported by the civil authority. They are free, but do not feel safe in the United States. They know the real church is Catholic, and that they themselves are none of them Catholic. The most daring among them even pretends to be no more than a branch of the Catholic Church. They know that only the Catholic Church can withstand the pressure of events and survive the shocks of time, and hence everywhere their movements to get rid of their sectarianism and to gain a Catholic character. They hold conventions of delegates from the whole sectarian world, form unions, alliances, and associations. But, unhappily for their success, the Catholic Church does not originate in convention, but is founded by the Word made flesh, and sustained by the indwelling Holy Ghost. The most they can do, even with the best dispositions in the world, is to create a confederation. And confederated sects are something very different from a church inherently one and Catholic. It is no more the Catholic Church than the late Southern Confederacy was the American state. The sectarian combinations may do some harm, may injure many souls, and retard for a time the progress of civilization. But in a state organized in accordance with Catholic principles and left to themselves, they are powerless against the national destiny, and must soon wither and die as branches severed from the vine. Such being the case, no sensible Catholic can imagine that the Church needs any physical force against the sects except to repel actual violence and protect her in that freedom of speech and possession which is the right of all before the state. What are called religious establishments are needed only where either the state is barbarous or the religion is sectarian. Where the state in its intrinsic constitution is in accordance with Catholic principles, as in the United States, the Church has all she needs or can receive. The state can add nothing more to her power or her security in her moral and spiritual warfare with sectarianism, and any attempt to give her more would only weaken her as against the sects, place her in a false light, partially justify their hostility to her, render effective their declamations against her, mix her up unnecessarily with political changes, interests, and passions, and distract the attention of her ministers from their proper work as churchmen, and impose on them the duties of politicians and statesmen. Where there is nothing in the state hostile to the Church, where she is free to act according to her own constitution and laws, and exercise her own discipline on her own spiritual subjects, civil enactments in her favor or against the sects may embarrass or impede her operations, but cannot aid her, for she can advance no farther than she wins the heart and convinces the understanding. A spiritual work can, in the nature of things, be effected only by spiritual means. The Church wants freedom in relation to the state, nothing more, for all her power comes immediately from God, without any intervention or mediation of the state. The United States, constituted in accordance with the real order of things and founded on principles which have their origin and ground in the principles on which the Church herself is founded, can never establish any one of these sects as the religion of the state, for that would violate their political constitution and array all the other sects, as well as the Church herself, against the government. They cannot be called upon to establish the Church by law, because she is already in their constitution as far as the state has in itself any relation with religion, and because to establish her in any other sense would be to make her one of the civil institutions of the land, and to bring her under the control of the state, which were equally against her interest and her nature. The religious mission of the United States is not then to establish the Church by external law or to protect her by legal disabilities, pains, and penalties against the sects, however uncatholic they may be, but to maintain Catholic freedom, neither absorbing the state in the Church nor the Church in the state, but leaving each to move freely according to its own nature in the sphere assigned it in the eternal order of things. Their mission separates church and state as external governing bodies, but unites them in the interior principles from which each derives its vitality and force. Their union is in the intrinsic unity of principle, and the fact that, though moving in different spheres, each obeys one and the same divine law. With this, the Catholic, who knows what Catholicity means, is of course satisfied, for it gives the Church all the advantage over the sects of the real over the unreal, and with this the sects have no right to be dissatisfied, for it subjects them to no disadvantage not inherent in sectarianism itself, in presence of Catholicity, and without any support from the civil authority. The effect of this mission of our country, fully realized, would be to harmonize church and state, religion and politics, not by absorbing either in the other or by obliterating the natural distinction between them, but by conforming both to the real or divine order which is supreme and immutable. It places the two powers in their normal relation, which has hitherto never been done, because hitherto there never has been a state normally constituted. The nearest approach made to the realization of the proper relations of church and state prior to the birth of the American Republic was in the Roman Empire under the Christian emperors. But the state had been perverted by paganism, and the emperors, inheriting the old pontifical power, could never be made to understand their own incompetency in spirituals, and persisted to the last in treating the church as a civil institution under their supervision and control, as does the Emperor of the French in France even yet. In the Middle Ages, the state was so barbarously constituted that the church was obliged to supervise its administration, to mix herself up with the civil government in order to infuse some intelligence into civil matters and to preserve her own rightful freedom and independence. When the states broke away from feudalism, they revived the Roman constitution and claimed the authority in ecclesiastical matters that had been exercised by the Roman Caesars, and the states that adopted a sectarian religion gave the sect adopted a civil establishment and subjected it to the civil government, to which the sect not unwillingly consented on condition that the civil authority excluded the church and all other sects, and made it the exclusive religion of the state, as in England, Scotland, Sweden, Denmark, Russia, and the states of northern Germany. Even yet the normal relations of church and state are nowhere practicable in the Old World, for everywhere either the state is more or less barbaric in its constitution, or the religion is sectarian, and the church as well as civilization is obliged to struggle with antagonistic forces for self-preservation. There are formidable parties all over Europe at work to introduce what they take to be the American system. But constitutions are generated, not made, providential, not conventional. Statesmen can only develop what is in the existing constitutions of their respective countries, and no European constitution contains all the elements of the American. European liberals mistake the American system, and were they to succeed in their efforts, would not introduce it, but something more hostile to it than the governments and institutions they are warring against. They start from narrow sectarian or infidel premises and seek not freedom of worship, but freedom of denial. They suppress the freedom of religion as the means of securing what they call religious liberty. Imagine that they secure freedom of thought by extinguishing the light without which no thought is possible, and advance civilization by undermining its foundation. The condemnation of their views and movements by the Holy Father in the encyclical, which has excited so much hostility, may seem to superficial and unthinking Americans even as a condemnation of our American system. Indeed, as the condemnation of modern science, intelligence, and civilization itself. But whoever looks below the surface, has some insight into the course of events, understands the propositions and movements censured, and the sense in which they are censured, is well assured that the Holy Father has simply exercised his pastoral and teaching authority to save religion, society, science, and civilization from utter corruption or destruction. The opinions, tendencies, and movements directly or by implication censured are the effect of narrow and superficial thinking, of partial and one-sided views, and are sectarian, sophistical, and hostile to all real progress, and tend, as far as they go, to throw society back into the barbarism from which, after centuries of toil and struggle, it is just beginning to emerge. The Holy Father has condemned nothing that real philosophy, real science, does not also condemn. Nothing, in fact, that is not at war with the American system itself. For the mass of the people, it were desirable that fuller explanations should be given of the sense in which the various propositions censured are condemned. For some of them are not in every sense false, but the explanations needed were expected by the Holy Father to be given by the bishops and prelates, to whom, not to the people, save through them, the encyclical was addressed. Little is to be hoped, and much is to be feared, for liberty, science, and civilization from European liberalism, which has no real affinity with American territorial democracy and real civil and religious freedom. But God and reality are present in the Old World as well as in the New, and it will never do to restrict their power or freedom. Whether the American people will prove faithful to their mission and realize their destiny or not is known only to Him from whom nothing is hidden. Providence is free and leaves always a space for human free will. The American people can fail, and will fail if they neglect the appointed means and conditions of success. But there is nothing in their present state or in their past history to render their failure probable. They have in their internal constitution what Rome wanted, and they are in no danger of being crushed by exterior barbarism. Their success as feeble colonies of Great Britain in achieving their national independence, and especially in maintaining unaided and against the real hostility of Great Britain and France their national unity and integrity against a rebellion which probably no other people could have survived, gives reasonable assurance for their future. The leaders of the rebellion, than whom none better knew or more nicely calculated the strength and resources of the Union, counted with certainty on success, and the ablest, most experienced, and best informed statesmen of the Old World felt sure that the Republic was gone, and spoke of it as the late United States. Not a few, even in the loyal states who had no sympathy with the rebellion, believed it idle to think of suppressing it by force, and advised peace on the best terms that could be attained. But Ilium fuit was chanted too soon. The American people were equal to the emergency, and falsified the calculations and predictions of their enemies, and surpassed the expectations of their friends. The attitude of the real American people during the fearful struggle affords additional confidence in their destiny. With larger armies on foot than Napoleon ever commanded, with their line of battle stretching from ocean to ocean across the whole breadth of the continent, they never, during 4 long years of alternate victories and defeats, both unprecedentedly bloody, for a moment lost their equanimity, or appeared less calm, collected, tranquil, than in the ordinary times of peace. They not for a moment interrupted their ordinary routine of business or pleasure, or seemed conscious of being engaged in any serious struggle which required an effort. There was no hurry, no bustle, no excitement, no fear, no misgiving. They seemed to regard the war as a mere bagatelle, not worth being in earnest about. The onlooker was almost angry with their apparent indifference, apparent insensibility, and doubted if they moved at all. Yet move they did. Guided by an unerring instinct, they moved quietly on with an elemental force, in spite of a timid and hesitating administration, in spite of inexperienced, overcautious, incompetent, or blundering military commanders, whom they gently brushed aside, and desisted not till their object was gained, and they saw the flag of the Union floating anew in the breeze from the capital of every state that dared secede. No man could contemplate them without feeling that there was in them a latent power vastly superior to any which they judged it necessary to put forth. Their success proves to all that what prior to the war was treated as American arrogance or self-conceit was only the outspoken confidence in their destiny as a providential people, conscious that to them is reserved the hegemony of the world. Count de Maistre predicted early in the century the failure of the United States because they have no proper name. but his prediction assumed what is not the fact. The United States have a proper name by which all the world knows and calls them. The proper name of the country is America. That of the people is Americans. Speak of Americans simply, and nobody understands that you mean the people of Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Peru, Chile, Paraguay, but everybody understands you to mean the people of the United States. This fact is significant and foretells for the people of the United States a continental destiny, as is also foreshadowed in the so-called Monroe Doctrine, which France, during our domestic troubles, was permitted, on condition of not intervening in our Civil War in favor of the rebellion, to violate. There was no statesmanship in proclaiming the Monroe Doctrine, for the statesman keeps always, as far as possible, his government free to act according to the exigencies of the case when it comes up, unembarrassed by previous declarations of principles. Yet the doctrine only expresses the destiny of the American people, and which nothing but their own fault can prevent them from realizing in its own good time. Napoleon will not succeed in his Mexico policy, and Mexico will add some 15 or 20 new states to the American Union as soon as it is clearly for the Americans of all parties that it should be done. And it can be done by mutual consent without war or violence. The Union will fight to maintain the integrity of her domain and the supremacy of her laws within it. But she can never, consistently with her principles or interests, enter upon a career of war and conquest. Her system is violated, endangered, not extended by subjugating her neighbors, for subjugation and liberty do not go together. Annexation, when it takes place, must be on terms of perfect equality and by free act of the state annexed. The Union can admit of no inequality of rights and franchises between the states of which it is composed. The Canadian provinces and the Mexican and Central American states, when annexed, must be as free as the original states of the Union, sharing alike in the power and in the protection of the Republic, alike in its authority, its freedom, its grandeur, and its glory, as one free, independent, self-governing people. They may gain much, but must lose nothing by annexation. The Emperor Napoleon and his very respectable protege Maximilian, an able man and a liberal-minded prince, can change nothing in the destiny of the United States or of Mexico herself. No imperial government can be permanent beside the American Republic, no longer liable, since the abolition of slavery, to be distracted by sectional dissensions. The states that seceded will soon in some way be restored to their rights and franchises in the Union, forming not the least patriotic portion of the American people. The Negro question will be settled, or settle itself, as is most likely, by the melting away of the Negro population before the influx of white laborers. All traces of the late contest in a few years will be wiped out, the national debt paid or greatly reduced, and the prosperity and strength of the Republic be greater than ever. Its moral force will sweep away every imperial throne on the continent without any effort or action on the part of the government. There can be no stable government in Mexico till every trace of the ecclesiastical policy established by the Council of the Indies is obliterated, and the Church placed there on the same footing as in the United States, and that can hardly be done without annexation. Maximilian cannot divest the Church of her temporal possessions and place Protestants and Catholics on the same footing without offending the present Church party and deeply injuring religion, and that too without winning the confidence of the Republican party. In all Spanish and Portuguese America, the relations between the Church and state are abnormal, exceedingly hurtful to both. Religion is in a wretched condition, and politics in a worse condition still. There is no effectual remedy for either, but in religious freedom. now impracticable, and to be rendered practicable by no European intervention, for that subjects religion to the state, the very source of the evils that now exist, instead of emancipating it from the state and leaving it to act according to its own constitution and laws, as under the American system. But the American people need not trouble themselves about their exterior expansion. That will come of itself as fast as desirable. Let them devote their attention to their internal destiny, to the realization of their mission within, and they will gradually see the whole continent coming under their system, forming one grand nation, a really Catholic nation, great, glorious, and free. This is the end of section 29. This is the end of the American Republic, its Constitution, Tendencies, and Destiny by Orestes Augustus Brownson.